Not that one tonight, and what you recruit.
I didn't think we were doing second set of interviews. Is that in there?
Yeah,
Oh,
so basically.
finalist sections.
Or the thumbs up.
Where's Amy?
But someone asked me.
Okay, we're gonna get started in 30 seconds here, gang. 30 seconds.
No interviews?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. All right, I'll send it to her. I'll tell her we changed.
So that will.
June 2nd.
There you go.
Second.
Yeah, coming to count.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started tonight. We have a lot going on tonight, so welcome to everyone to the City of Steamboat Springs regular meeting number 2026-15, May 19, 2026. It is 5:01. And I also want to welcome our guests from the county tonight. We're so delighted to have you all here with us tonight. So thank you for being here. Julie, could you do roll call, please?
Steve Muntean,
Here.
Gail Gary,
Here,
John Agosta,
Here.
Dave Barnes,
Here.
Michael Pacino,
Here.
Amy Dixon is
Here.
here,
on mine.
Amy's online. There she is.
and Brian Swintek.
Here.
Okay, and can we add to the record that we also have from the county commissioners Macy's, Redmond, and Salinas, as well as, where are you? County Manager Harrington. Thank you all for being here with us tonight. A couple of quick things before we get started. We will have public comment tonight, 2 different times. First time will be general public comment on subjects not on the agenda tonight. And we will do that, since we have the commissioners here, we'll be with them for about the next hour or so, and then we will roll into general public comment after that. So if you're here or online for general public comment, it'll be a little bit after 6 o'clock, probably. And I will get to the pledge, don't worry. And the other thing is, I wanted to mention that regular public comment or public comment specific to agenda topics will occur during those topics. So with that, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. We have 2 flags, one behind me, one up here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty or justice for all. Okay. Thank you. And we're going to jump right into our joint meeting schedule. We have 4 topics on the schedule tonight, and we've allocated about an hour for those. So we'll try to be timely with each one of these subjects as we go. The first subject we have is the urban growth boundary and community plan strategic growth element. Brad, do you want to come down and lead us through that?
Hi, happy to do that. Brad Calvert, I'm in the planning department with the city. So let me get this presentation going for everybody. So as President Muntean mentioned, this item is related to kind of 2 intersecting topics. The urban growth boundary jointly adopted by the city and the county, as well as new state requirements related to comprehensive plans. The item I'm talking about tonight is a requirement called the strategic growth element. I'll use the presentation to sort of help you understand like how those things intersect and really what it means as it relates to essentially the request that we're making to you all tonight, which is to submit the community plan as adopted to the Department of Local Affairs in hopes that they render a decision that they find that our existing community plan meets their requirements for strategic growth elements. So that's the main message that you'll hear a little bit later in the presentation. I will, as noted here, clearly this is related to the community plan as adopted by both City Council and recognized as a sub-area plan by the county commissioners. It is related to some council goals. I tend to sort of obviously use this slide. There are potential sort of funding implications of not being in compliance. That's kind of still being sort of sorted out as to what that means. But there certainly is a risk of not being in compliance come January 1 of next year. So I'll talk a little bit about some recent actions that the two bodies sort of made independently, what the sort of aftermath of those actions mean, and then a little bit about the strategic growth element piece. So the community spent about 2 years working on the community canvas or the Steamboat Springs community plan, culminating in a council action to adopt the plan. By adopting the plan, they actually are adopting the urban growth boundary as well because it's referenced and spatially represented in the document. When council took action, that included removing 3 areas from the urban growth boundary. Those are depicted on the map. The way that they're referred to is they're referred by the names that you see on the slide in our 3-mile plan that we also prepare. Area 5, Treehouse, Area 6, gets called the Ski Corp parcel, and Area 7 is South Steamboat. Fast forward a few months, the county through their actions to adopt the urban growth boundary did 2 of the 3. So they adopted removing Area 6 and 7, Ski Corp parcel and South Steamboat, but they did not include or did not recommend changing the boundary as it relates to Treehouse. Council was considering potentially taking the same or an identical action to the county commissioners, but ultimately decided to indefinitely postpone that action. As noted in the memo, the net effect of not having identical actions is, for all intents and purposes, no action. The boundary reverts to the version that was included, prior to beginning the community plan. So all 3 of those areas remain in the urban growth boundary. That's the boundary of record at the moment. So that's sort of issue number 1. Issue number 2, the strategic growth element. Through Senate Bill 174, the state introduced a variety of requirements, some related to housing plans and housing needs assessments that local governments in Colorado need to pursue, but there were a couple elements related to what comprehensive plans as adopted by local communities need to include, including adding this requirement of a strategic growth element. In essence, the element comes down to kind of 3 things that you see on the slide. My shorthand for that is it must include a description of policies that pursue strategic growth from the state's perspective, analyzing the possibility for infill locations to accommodate future growth, and an analysis of undeveloped areas that are under consideration for future development. That's the crux of what, to satisfy the state requirements, your comprehensive plan needs to include. So we, in both city and county, sort of, so the folks know this, we kind of got wind of that, obviously, after the legislation was adopted, but we were like in mid-plan development process. We didn't really have a way to adjust on the fly. We generally said, we'll have to come back in 2026. And when the state actually issues guidance, we'll know exactly how to react to that. And so the Area Plan Coordinating Committee, which the way I tend to describe it, serves as almost like an executive steering committee for the plan development process, met to talk about these requirements earlier this year. Staff and our consultants kind of walked through, here's what that analysis could look like. And the crux of the direction was, if there is a way for us to submit to the state the existing community plan and have them find that it actually meets the state requirements as adopted, we should do that. And so with that direction, I reached out to the state and had a couple of consultations, and ultimately we landed on an informal finding from the state that as adopted, the community plan meets their strategic growth element requirements. And so really kind of the next conversation is this group good with us go ahead and moving forward with a more formal submittal and getting that sort of formal issuance of a finding from the state of Colorado. Going back to sort of those 3 bullets that I described in terms of what a strategic growth element needs to include, I'll spare you the gory details of the documentation provided on the first 2. It's pretty straightforward. Listing these are the policies that are included in the community plan, or this is the type of analysis that we did in the plan development process that looked at infill locations for potential development and redevelopment. The third one, the strategic growth element, was a slightly different approach. As we looked at sort of state guidance, and that sort of black and white map that you see on the slide is sort of an illustration that the state has put out there to sort of help local governments understand what they should be doing in this instance. In this case, they are suggesting that on their map, areas A, C, and D are undeveloped lands that are not adjacent to developed lands. And those are the types of areas that additional analysis is needed to satisfy the strategic growth element requirements. And basically what I did is I shared with them the urban growth boundary as included in the community plan, even through sort of the iterations that I mentioned earlier, and mostly just asserted that our plan does not contemplate development of undeveloped lands that are not adjacent to developed areas. And the state agreed with that assertion. So in some ways, this requirement doesn't apply because we are not actually considering those areas under our current sort of planning fabric going forward. So they agreed with that assertion. And then finally, the thing, if you've spent some time with me, either in the hallway or in an actual meeting, sort of talking about these requirements, one of the things that I've just been lamenting is that it's hard for a place like Steamboat Springs and Routt County that have been doing coordinated joint planning for 30 years to fully demonstrate to the state that we're doing it today, because it's so hardwired into our process that like a contemporary plan doesn't necessarily highlight it in the way if we were doing it for the very first time. So part of my documentation was to give them basically 30 years of history of why the urban growth boundary exists, how we co-manage the boundary. So that was included in the sort of the informal documentation. I would say that sort of bullets 2 and 4 on this slide are kind of the things that I suspect resonated most with the state. Is the boundary is not intended to be fixed. It's not a line that never moves. It is intended to represent where the natural sort of expansion of urban development occurs. It intends to prevent leapfrog development, which is actually obviously very much what the state is looking to avoid, or wants you to do analysis to understand the implications of leapfrog development. And then that fourth bullet of that it really is sort of a key component of the county's approach to managing growth and the city's approach to managing growth, and how they jointly it helps to reveal and maintain the character of the sort of two individual jurisdictions. And so I think that was something they recognized clearly as well. And then finally, just in terms of sort of background, just so that everybody kind of has a sense of this, obviously we do adjust the urban growth boundary from time to time. That includes adding areas. It also includes removing areas, but we should also recognize that it is simply one tool in the toolbox. Both the city and the county are doing other things that are related to maintaining that community character. So that first bullet that you have on the right-hand side is something that I communicated to the state. That's an initiative that the city's pursuing, sort of demonstrating that support or meeting the requirements of strategic growth. If I were a county staff person doing the exact same exercise, I would sort of talk about the role of conservation easements and purchase of development rights to maintain the agricultural activities and operations in the county. Like we're doing multiple things that sort of work in unison with each other. So as mentioned, really just kind of looking for direction from both groups, since obviously we're sort of talking about, particularly on the urban growth boundary side of things, something that is jointly adopted by both entities. This would be the city pursuing the certification from DOLA that the existing community plan meets the strategic growth element requirements. I think the main implication that you should be aware of from my read of this is it probably means any conversation about future expansion or adjustments to the urban growth boundary probably should wait till next year, just to like be clear of this sort of window that we're within to demonstrate compliance by the end of the year. And really the earliest you would want to start that conversation would be in 2027, knowing you have 5 years before you have to submit your next version of a strategic growth element. And the other thing that I'll just mention is that actually 5-year window actually lines up pretty well with one of the goals in the community plan. The community plan sort of notes that there's a long-standing expectation that expansion of urban services and growth in this community from the city's perspective is West Steamboat. But we also should ask ourselves in 5 years, if we have not seen annexation and development of urban level services and new communities on the west side of town through annexation, maybe there's a question to be had as to whether like that is the boundary that still actually works for the community. So that lines up well, again, with kind of a commitment that's made in the plan as adopted. So that's sort of it for the overview. Happy to be a resource or answer any questions you all may have.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. So before we talk about the recommendation, do we have any questions for Brad? Anyone? Yes, Commissioner Macy's.
I'm wondering, because I took a look back at 24-174 just recently, more related to connectivity, habitat connectivity and landscape stuff. And I'm wondering in your conversations with DOLA if their vital landscapes and resources report came up at all.
It did not. Their main finding was related to, again, kind of what I mentioned before, is that we were suggesting, we, the city, was suggesting that really that analysis, that third level of analysis related to undeveloped land really didn't apply in our case because we have a boundary that clearly defines where growth is intending. And so therefore, in some ways, that analysis wasn't something that we necessarily needed to pursue. And that's where some of that vital landscape would come if there was an expectation that we needed to pursue that type of analysis. That is one of the steps that they recommend that you do.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, let's discuss the staff recommendation. Who would like to go first?
I support what staff is recommending.
Okay. Is anybody in disagreement with that?
No, I think based upon the discussions that Brad has had and the input that he provided and the information that he provided to us, that it seems to make sense to move forward as staff suggest.
Yes.
I think given the timing of the updates of both of our master plans and land use plans and codes, what you're recommending makes sense. I will say, however, I think there's a lot of value in this vital landscapes and resources reports, and we are talking about it at the county level in consideration of habitat connectivity and wildlife crossings and corridors, and starting to integrate that thinking into a little more of what we can implement through the code. So, you know, I think if in your conversations with DOLA, and we're not having those conversations right now, but, you know, if that does come up and they push back on that element for you guys, I think you could say that we have considered it and are discussing it, seeing how we can implement. With Senate Bill 24-174, it's just mandated that cities and counties consider when updating their comprehensive plans. So it's not that we need to adopt, but we do need to consider. We are.
All right. Are you good, Brad? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Brad.
The second topic on for discussion here tonight was ballot measures, and it was more of a general discussion versus a presentation around the number of potential ballot initiatives that may be forthcoming over the course of 2026, 2027. We can even talk about 2028, but I think 2026 and 2027. And just so that everybody is clear about those and maybe have a little dialogue about there may be some need to prioritize a bit. So with that in mind, I just wanted to, and I'll share a couple and then we can layer them on. But when I look out between now and the end of 2027, I see the potential for an RTA ballot question around funding, potentially. Potentially an annexation vote, which doesn't have to be in November, but obviously is more cost effective if that were to happen in November. Next year is the mill levy vote for the Yampa Valley Housing Authority. Fire district consolidation, potentially. And local marketing district expansion is another one that we're looking at closely. And I believe there's some other ones, and I don't want to just run through the laundry list, but I'm sure some of you could add to that list, I believe. Maybe Commissioner Redmond can add to that list.
Well, there are some that I'm aware of, and some of these I believe are coming through the nonprofits. Northwest Colorado Health had mentioned that they were thinking about going to the ballot. Well, you did mention the RTA. That won't be this year. That will be in the future. Sonia, who else were we thinking of might be coming at us? Was South Route?
RTA actually hasn't been decided whether it would be this year
You're
or in
right.
the future.
Right.
But the other one I think you're thinking of is the wildfire and land stewardship. Is that-
Yes, that was, yeah.
And that one is basically came from the Wildfire Mitigation Council and Community
Ag
Ag.
Alliance.
And they were in a situation where they needed the county to write a letter to a funding source and, well, Trust for Public Lands, who would then do some research for them on some of the questions of what voters think about those issues. And so they came to us with a very focused intent on the ballot in 2026. We asked them to please give us all time to consider and prioritize like we're talking about right now, and did not make any commitments to that one or any other.
We also have home health and hospice, which is what you said, and then
Northwest. Yeah.
early childhood education.
Do you anticipate South Route housing at some point going to the ballot?
I do not know anything that group will do. We have not had our first board meeting. Not all of the jurisdictions have approved the board. I know we did today, but I think that will need to come from that established board. It's not a conversation we've even touched yet. So, but I will certainly keep you guys in the loop.
And to add to that, there's we've received information when we had someone from Magellan Strategies come in and talk to us about just voter registrations and demographics and everything else, that states that in odd year elections, which is 25, 27, the tendency is that the voters skew much older in odd year elections, and in even year elections, it skews far younger because you end up with far greater turnouts on those years too, when you have Congress and potentially presidential elections going on. So that's another consideration, I guess, when you think about that, the older demographics turn out in odd year elections. And obviously some of these measures may appeal more towards different demographic groups. So I guess the question I really have is for everybody all of us is, do you think we need to think about some sort of process or way to prioritize things or think about things as we move forward here over the next 6 to 18 months?
I don't think that would hurt to have that conversation, but I also think about the fact that some of these nonprofits are independent. They're going to do what they want to do. But I think it would be good for us to have an understanding of what's coming at us. My concern is ballot fatigue. There's an awful lot coming at people. Everybody's looking to step into their pocket. And I guess one that might be possible at some point is some support for childcare within this county. So, with the lack of government funding, there's a lot of people that are in desperation to try to maintain their services, and they're reaching everywhere.
And just to clarify, some of the nonprofits obviously don't have taxing authority and are approaching us to be the taxing entity or sponsoring entity for a tax, kind of a pass-through, like we have what we call our voter designated funding sources. They're designated mill levies that we have in place, like for Horizons right now. And so those are all discussions that commissioners are going to have. But I think it's important to keep that dialogue going because it just more and more come forward every few weeks, it seems. I think it's also important to note that we're going to see a huge push on our community, on the nonprofit communities with what's happening in Medicaid right now. And those cuts are going to dramatically influence our providers here, nonprofits and other providers. And they're going to be coming to the local government entities at some point to backfill some of that. So we don't know what that's going to look like. We don't know those full impacts. Some of those impacts we won't know until December this year because of how the big bill was structured. But there's other demands coming our way to kind of maintain existing services, not even gaps in what we have now.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in with the point that basically, as we look at these things, it's important to recognize that not each of these initiatives is in the same stage of development and growth and understanding by our community. I think some people have a philosophical approach of throw everything on the ballot and see what people want, which is not my approach. I mean, my approach is let's understand better what our community wants and needs, and then approach them and see if they would like to participate. So I think when I think about the ones that we rattled off and where everything is in different stages of development, some of the things that you look at, like reauthorization of the housing authority, like your fire question, like the RTA, I think are further along in their discussions than some of the other ones. So when we think about strategic timing and prioritization, I think it's really important to think about the familiarity the voters already have with these different questions. And that might drive some of the decision-making around the timing of this. That being said, there are also many externalities around what's going to be happening in the future. And, you know, we have a lot of concerns about the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and what it's going to do post 2026 midterm elections, because we will not see those impacts until then as a county. And I think people, the regular voter, will feel them a lot more at that time as well. So I think it's important to put some strategic thinking into the discussion. I don't know if that means we have like a little subcommittee, but as Jay mentioned, you know, nobody can go to the ballot for a tax without a jurisdictional authorization of a special district, a county, a city, et cetera. So ultimately, we will have to make these decisions. And obviously with consideration and input from the community members who have already approached us and are developing their strategies. So I don't know how we want to move forward, but I'm definitely paying a lot of attention to this.
Yeah. Anybody else have a thought?
Yeah, but my comment is basically we do need to coordinate this. You know, we need to coordinate this together because you rattled off 8. I have another couple. There's, you know, so I have a number of like 10 right here of things that could go to ballot. And if we don't do that in a coordinated fashion and really understand what's our priorities and what's that message, these are all going to sync together. So basically either we're going to coordinate this together and coordinate with the community, or these are not going to fare well.
I mean, I concur. I think it makes sense for us to coordinate. I don't know, Jay or Tom, if you guys have experience in whether it makes sense to form a kind of a subcommittee between, county commissioner and a couple of council people to determine a process. I mean, if you've seen any sort of processes or really just as a way to put a little structure behind how we would coordinate.
Yeah, I don't think there's a set playbook for that. Every community is going to do it a little different, and it's really how these boards want to work together on it. I would note that we have some of our other municipalities looking at other tax questions. Oakland is looking at 1 or 2 sales tax questions this fall. That's still to be determined. We're actually somewhat involved in that because one of them would be for additional law enforcement, which at this point we're anticipating being contracted for in Oak Creek. So we'll have some piece of that because we'd be the recipient of some of that funding. So there's other things going on in the other communities, which we're meeting regularly with them, some campus tomorrow night. So those are discussions the commissioners will be having throughout the county, trying to get a grasp of what everyone else is up to too, because they all affect outcomes.
On the list, we talked about a lot of external, RTA is an IGA with all of us, YVHA is a IGA, but outside of that, it was all external groups. Broward County, we went to the ballot last year for a lodging tax. So I guess outside of the fire district consolidation, is there anything else the city is considering in the next 1 to 3 years that is not on this list?
They are not solidified yet, but we do continue to talk about parks lands acquisition, and do you have some kind of bonding, or something associated to support land acquisition? And we've also talked about, but through our process of fiscal sustainability, do we have some type of sales tax transition to property tax type of ordinance or message?
And I might just qualify that a bit in terms of, right, I mean, bring it up another level in terms of we are obviously looking at fiscal sustainability, and those are a couple of the ideas that are on the table, but that we are continuing to explore that as a council in terms of potential ways to diversify funding or as well as to create more sustainability.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that we've decided. I mean, we absolutely have not decided
No,
on a specific mechanism.
to your point over here around, we need to engage the community too around what their preferences are and interests and what they're willing to potentially support. And so we're going through that process now too of figuring that out.
Yeah, I think my question is like, what do we want that engagement to look like when it comes to asking the community what they would like to see future investments in? Because I think if you look at any one of these as an individual thing, yes, absolutely, I support an RTA. Yes, absolutely, I support early childhood education. Yes, I support affordable housing. But if we have to prioritize these in the next 1 to 3 years, that's going to be hard for us to do. And I think that community input's going to be important. And so what does that engagement look like so that we can say, no, these are the real pinch points. Like, cost of living is something we hear over and over again, right? And so what is going to help drive that cost of living down for families and seniors? Or we hear that, I just think that there's a lot of things that, and maybe there are multiple things that cover this, but how are we as a group going to make these decisions and prioritize that, taking community engagement into mind? Because I think every one of these is merited and has value. Like, there's nothing on this list that I am like, I don't really want to see that. I don't think any of us up here feels that way. I think we all want to see land stewardship and wildfire mitigation. And also we have to be cognizant that, our community is already feeling the pressures of a lot of these things. And so how do we balance, how do we make life better and more affordable for the people who want to stay here? And what does that look like?
So is there support from everybody in here to have some sort of a subgroup? And it's not a group that's going to meet, weekly or anything, but just to kind of monitor this and maybe help with the community engagement piece of putting that together.
Yeah, it seems when we were talking RTA and whether we do funding, that's the one component that we're all sharing together. And is that funding something that we're going to do as a countywide? Let's not make any assumptions, but if there was a ballot language for a tax of some kind, if the county did one, would that already include the city and everyone would vote for one thing? Or is every jurisdiction going to have that? This type of process would be really great to have in place to help guide those on committee level before they're brought up to a council level.
Yeah, and then with the RTA, the clerk has already created the district boundaries. So it does include all of the municipalities that are in there. So she has a voting file for that, but I think it's a good discussion to have.
Yeah.
Is the district preferable or is it, muni by muni? I think that's important. Another important part of this conversation is also, is there another way forward? I mean, everything we're rattling off, these are not problems that are unique to our county or our city. Some of these are statewide issues, and there have been some studies to look at, can there be statewide measures? Can there be legislative efforts that would help to solve some of these problems? So I think an important part of the discussion is other alternatives and what's been explored and discussed. But I, for one, would be very eager to be a part of that committee. I'm tracking this stuff anyway, very closely and all the time. So I think it would be valuable.
Yeah, I agree it's valuable, and I think we should start sooner than later. And I think to your point, a lot of these are state issues, and some of them are being made worse by the state's budget right now, right? Not because they are trying to, but we just saw huge cuts to childcare and early childhood education in this legislative session. We saw cuts to Prop 123 funding, which goes towards affordable housing. So yes, a lot of these are state problems, and some of them are being made worse by the budget deficit we're seeing at the state level.
Okay, so do we have interest from council to join? I'm assuming you're volunteering to be on this. Do we have anybody from council who would be interested in working with this? Councilor Gosta? Okay, do we need,
I have interest, yeah.
okay. Do we need two from? Council?
I think it'd be good to have two.
Who else? If nobody's going to say yes?
Amy Dixon raised her hand.
She did? Amy
Yes,
Dixon
she
raised
did.
her hand?
Okay, good.
She'd
Oh.
be perfect for that. Go, Amy. Thank you.
All right, there we go. District 3 stepping up.
Of the district. I was going to say, I'd be happy to, but I will defer to Counselor Dixon.
Okay, so
I do think as we, I know it has to be one commissioner and I think Commissioner Macy's will be great at this, but I do think it's important that we bring in voices from outside of Steamboat Springs, noting that all three people on this committee are very Steamboat Springs centric and heavy. And so we have to keep in mind our rural residents and residents who live in Stagecoach and Hayden and Clark and those families that have already been pushed out of Steamboat Springs as we prioritize these and do community engagement.
Oh, I guess I see the subcommittee as really coming up with a process. And then it brings a process that then brings it back to council and the commissioners for input in terms of specific issues. But Oh, no, I was going to say, but what's the process for how do we gather information? How do we talk with the various entities to say, okay, this is something you're thinking about, but have you looked at what other communities are doing? To your point, is there an alternative solution? You know, thinking about it from the fact of, is this something that we could address at the state legislative level? So I see it more as process, and then it comes back to the entire bodies.
I agree.
So Counselor Gary, if this is something you feel deeply on this, I would also, forego and say, if you want to join Counselor Dixon on that.
He was hitting a fly. He was trying to fly.
No, I look at these and I'm like, I'm going to be involved in these and, these anyways. And so, but yeah, so it's up-
Yeah, we can take it
I'm
offline.
gonna do the same
I
thing.
was gonna do the same thing. Well, I asked Commissioner Redmond if he wanted to, because we kind of just jumped to whoever volunteered. But if you would like to do this, I definitely wouldn't stand in the way. I think you'd be great.
No, I think the process point that Gail made is awesome. I just want that to be like in the forefront as we're thinking about what does the process look like? How are we engaging our community? What are the priorities like that we keep in mind, like outside of Steamboat Springs? Like, that's my only request. And I think you guys are more than capable of doing that.
Would it be prudent to engage somebody like Magellan to get information for the subcommittee and for council and commissioners to look at what's realistically able to pass? Looking at the demographics, looking at what's popular, what has passed, what hasn't passed, so that there's some more direction up front.
I like Magellan working forward. I think right now, just understanding the process of how we help the nonprofits and others kind of get to their point where we can have that discussion. But I think Magellan's going to be good once we decide which ones we would move forward with. But they should be a part of
They're
that.
the ones that would guide you to which
Yes.
ones would pass.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of backwards.
Well, potentially, but they're big on, they need ballot language in order for their polling. They love to have ballot language so that people really understand the
Can't they help
trade-offs
us
there.
define that?
But I think they can help us define that as well. So there's a couple steps there. There's seeing what is the community's want and desire, and then is there a way to do that in some sort of orderly fashion, or could you even do multiple things? It's hard to say, but yeah, they can help with that. So you're on, yes? Counselor Dixon, and then who is the third one on?
do you want to talk offline or do
You
you?
want to talk, draw straws?
Yeah,
think-
right.
I think we can.
Happy to do it.
I think we can make a decision. Okay, okay. And so then we'll leave it up to the three of you to set up a time to kind of outline coming up with that process. All right, good, super. All right, number 3, Yampa Valley Housing Authority, IGA. And Jen, can you just share a bit on that, since we have gone through that and I believe we've reached a final version?
Yes, so Dan Foote forwarded me the draft that we are working on with the county. I understand he was chatting with Linnea and Angelica. So there are 4 changes to the current IGA between the city and the county establishing the housing authority. And those 4 are first and foremost alternates, clarification on alternates. clarification that an alternate assumes the duties of a board member when that board member is vacant, an ex officio board member. In the meantime, that ex officio alternate has a ability to attend all meetings and receive materials, but only acts when the official ex officio director is gone. The other item is term limits. The proposal is to have not more than 3 consecutive terms, and then have a gap of 3 years in between terms if someone wants to come back to the board. The other 2 changes are less weighty. There's just deletion of the Regional Affordable Living Foundation language, which is not applicable anymore. And then also a clarification that the State Board of Ethics Commission will apply to any ethics issues that come up on that board of directors. There's really no other body to refer it to, so that would go to the state board. So
Okay.
4 major areas of changes.
And I think we are in agreement on those.
Yeah, I mean, I shared those with the commissioners, updating the language, clarifying. The ethics one was really the conflict of interest. That's where it came up, was a conflict of interest statement. And since YVHA is its own governmental authority, the same conflict of interest clause that applies to the county applies to YVHA. So just adding that into the IGA. The alternate language I shared with Dan Foote was the same one that the commissioners approved for the South Route Housing Authority. And so we felt comfortable with that. And then, what was the other one?
Term limits.
The term limits, we were all comfortable with. So I think that Sonia, Tim.
Well, I guess what I'd say is I wasn't sure about the State Board of Ethics getting involved. That comes to me as a little bit of a surprise. So I do think it's really handy that the city council has straight at the bottom of your page, file an ethics complaint. I mean, I'm wondering where those go. Does the city council get raised to the State Board of Ethics? Is that?
Dan was saying that since they're home rule, they like have their own ethics code written, but that city of Steamboat Springs ethic code could not apply to YVHA because YVHA is not home rule. It's government authority given those powers by the state. And so we would use the state's ethics code.
Angelica stated that correctly. Yeah, we do not defer to the state board. We have our own board of ethics that handles ethics complaints in the city. And I don't know how the county, you guys might go to the state.
We fall under the state.
Right, so it would be the same state ethics board.
The only other comment I have is, and I said this before, but I know a standalone is on term limits. I see that's an unnecessary item because the commissioners and the council members do the interviewing and doing the hiring. And so if they want to enforce, if somebody they felt has been there too long, it's their choice. But I know I stand alone on that one.
No, I mean, I think I would concur. I think when we had that conversation, I had some hesitancy about the term limits also for those same reasons. But if I recall, I think we were in the minority and that the majority of council supported term limits.
Yes.
One thing that's positive.
And Steve, it was the city who brought up adding the conflict of interest ethics. That was a change that didn't come from the county. So if you guys want to expand on why you wanted to include that, if that's a question, because that was a recommendation from the city to us.
I don't think that was, I think that came from Dan.
I think I brought it up, Steve.
Did you? Okay.
Actually, I know I did. Yeah, so that was me. It really came from looking at other housing authority IGAs. And really, a standard practice was they had conflict of interest in the IGA. So when I think about any other board, you generally have a conflict of interest statement in there as well. So that's where I felt. I think for transparency, for our community, I felt that was important. So that came from me. I still feel strongly we should have it. Although I agree with Sonia about the reporting to the state ethics board. But if that's the way it has to be, I guess that's fine.
Okay, thanks, Amy. Appreciate that.
Well, and I mean, maybe an option would be, I mean, does it, so am I hearing correctly that it would have to go to the state, or could an ethics process be developed that would be similar to what we do at the city level? So it would be a subgroup of commissioners and city council representatives that would be on the ethics committee board. I don't know, maybe Jen, that's a,
Yeah, I don't believe that is an option. Home rule municipalities had to fight pretty hard to get out from under the state ethics board and assert our home rule authority. And so the way this is currently drafted, the state ethics code would apply as well as the state ethics commission. So I don't think that the Yampa Valley Housing Authority has that ability that we do to develop our own board.
okay, that makes sense.
And I think it's very prudent that we would have some channel to approach that, and you don't have the home rule, so this would be the only next alternative. Would be a state ethics. Now, you were questioning that. Is there another avenue besides the state board, or is that the next best?
No, I was just questioning because we really truly had not discussed it. We didn't understand exactly why the conflict of interest question came up and how it would be implemented. So this was the first I had heard of it. I think as I'm thinking about it, I think your point that if we suspect there is an ethical violation, obviously we have the capacity to remove directors at any given time for cause. That being said, if we suspect is different than if it is proven. So I feel like it's a little heavy-handed to jump to the state, but if it is something that needs to be proven in order for us to be able to agree that it's important to remove that person, then we do at least have that backup documentation. So I can live with it. It does feel honestly a little heavy-handed, but I want to make an argument for term limits while I have the mic, because I think one of the things that we've really been asking our boards and commissions to do is succession planning and make sure that they have a pipeline of people who are coming in, people who have the skill sets that are needed. It's not just the same people sitting all the time. And so, when we talk about term limits, I think people see it as a real negative and a punishment. I see it as a real positive and a good way to continue to insert new energy and ideas into the organization, fill gaps in skill sets and that kind of thing. So I support the term limits.
Okay, any other comments on the IGA?
If I could just quickly jump in, since I brought up the conflict of interest, I was really focusing on a conflict of interest statement. And I haven't seen the revised version, so this is the first time I'm also hearing about reporting to the state. If folks are uncomfortable with that ethics component and reporting to the state, that can be dropped. And we can have a standalone conflict of interest statement in there, which would, I feel like, still be appropriate. But it takes away that reporting to the state ethics board.
Just real quick, I am not trying to play attorney here. I'll defer to Jen on that, but it's going to apply probably anyway, because the housing authority is going to fall under that umbrella of the state ethics board. We have a regional building department, which serves the city, but we fall under the state ethics code. Years ago, when we had a complaint on an ethics issue, it went to the state ethics board and our employee got investigated. It's not a fun process and it's very unsettling for staff, but it's the structure we have in place in Colorado for authorities and counties.
All right, so what I'm hearing is we'll leave the IGA as is with a little, with no change on the conflict of interest piece.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the current draft is simply a reference to the state statute that governs the county and governs the state as well, and state and local officials. So, and they have their own rules of conduct for public officers. And so those are the standards.
Essentially, it's
Reference.
belt and suspenders. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not necessary at all.
I don't think it's necessary because we're governed anyway. Yeah.
I mean,
I think if it's not necessary, then we don't need it, is my.
I don't see why we would be redundant with something like that, but
It might be a way to inform folks who are serving on the board who they will be and what rules they are under.
Not more involved on bylaws versus an IGA.
they also have a whole entire packet that they've signed regarding ethical
And-
situations and conflict of interest. And I mean, to me,
Truly, I would assume.
yeah, well, it's an onboarding process. So it would seem to me that that would be the place for this type of information. If you want to get it to the person who is signing up to serve, here's your packet, here's what you're responsible for. And if you don't do it right, here's who you're answering to. But I mean, I just think the bylaws are the bylaws. This is like agreement between the two of our organizations. And, if the state law is the guiding law, I mean, how many more things could we put in there that are already going to be that way? We could keep going.
Okay, so where are we here? I'm hearing we have two choices. We can move it to the bylaws and take it out of the IGA, or leave it in the IGA.
I would still advocate for leaving it in the IGA. I do understand it's in the bylaws, and that was brought up when we had the meeting and Yampa Valley Housing Authority was there. Again, I looked at other IGAs and other housing authorities across the state, and this was a common practice to have a conflict of interest statement in the IGA. And since this is an agreement between the city, the county, and the housing authority, I would still advocate we have it.
Do we have the language? Because I'm hearing you say conflict of interest, but then I'm hearing ethical violation.
Yeah, in the YVHA IGA, Article 10, page 10 has a conflict of interest that is almost a page and a half long. And so it's in the bylaws already. And this is the conversation that we had, me, Jay, and Linnea had with Dan and Steve and Tom when we talked about this. But I think coming from you, it was no, it needs to be in the IGA. So that's where this conversation delved from. But it is in there pretty in depth already.
Yeah, and I would just argue, I mean, ethics is broader than conflict of interest.
Mhm.
That's true.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm kind of trying to get clarity on what the language is that we're trying to insert.
Right. I mean, and we,
Conflict of interest in the bylaws, are you asking then that we also do the ethics in the other place?
I have been comfortable with not having this in the IGA since it's already in depth in the bylaws, the conflict of interest statement.
What's the harm of having it in there?
I don't think there's a harm in not having it in there.
I think the harm is, I mean, just for having gone through a lot of these IGAs, and once you open up an IGA, people like to put any old thing in there and just keep on going and keep on going. And to me, simplicity is what we're looking for. And it seems to me that, we could come back and say, well, sure, let's get redundant on a number of different topics and walk them all the way out to their termination, even though that's where they will naturally end up. IGAs are what we agree to, us. We don't have any control over whether or not the state ethics board is going to look at the housing authority or not. So why are we agreeing that that's the way it's going to be? What if something changes and all of a sudden authorities are now looked on by somebody else and it's not the state ethics board? Now we have to go back and revise our IGA because we have said, the law of the land today is going to be the law of the land tomorrow and the next day and into time. So I just feel like the more that you put in there that's superfluous, the more you get into a possibility of having it be irrelevant in the future and needing to be changed.
I'm wondering if we could just to find a compromise or a middle ground. In the RTA IGA, there's 3 lines about a conflict of interest. It doesn't reference the state ethics committee. It just says director conflict of interest. And then it's a couple lines in compliance, and then it says in compliance with sections 18 all the numbers of Colorado revised statutes. And that's all it says. It's 3 lines. It's in the RTA IGA. It's section 3.13. Instead of having, and Jen, maybe this is a question for you, instead of having this whole state ethics thing in the IGA, if we could just add those simple 2 lines that are in the RTA IGA.
Let me read out what is actually at issue, because it is actually just 2 lines. It reads, ethics, board members shall be governed by the provisions of parts 1 and 2, Article 18, Title 24 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, and the provisions of Article 29 of the Colorado Constitution. So, just so you, that's what's currently on the table.
So your comments make this even more baffling to me because an authority is an authority to some degree. I mean, authorities have statutory requirements, and so now we're going to have 2 authorities with 2 IGAs that have different language. Is that correct there, Jay? Because of the differences of the way that the authorities are created? I mean,
I don't know the details to answer that correctly. I'm just kind of curious. Seems to me that this should be in the bylaws and not the IGA. In most boards that I serve in, that's where you will find these conflict of interest policies.
I think the difference is that most boards don't also have an IGA. An IGA is really it's really a contract between the entities, the government entities, including the housing authority. Where I view a bylaw is really the internal rules that govern that body or that organization.
And I'm in total agreement with you. And when you look at, say, the Northwest Colorado Development Council, which is an IGA between 3 counties and 10 municipalities, the conflict of interest is in the bylaws.
yeah, and I am absolutely puzzled and uncomfortable with the idea of moving forward with this, hearing that it is inconsistent with what we have done with our other authority. I feel as though when we hired Kaplan and Kirsch, they were on it, they were current, and they really made sure that our requirements and everything in our IGA was consistent with what is required of an authority. And so I think we need to answer that question and settle that question, because it makes me uncomfortable to think that we require this thing of one authority and that thing of a different one in IGAs that are ultimately similar models.
Well, then the path forward, would you say, we're not going to solve this right here tonight, it doesn't sound like. Should the path forward be to have the various attorneys get together and sort through these 2 IGAs and come back with a either recommendation or rationale as to supporting why they're different?
That's a good, wise plan. Thank you, Steve.
Saying more money on this? I mean.
Well,
I don't think this is going to be a lengthy discussion. It's just going to need to be based more on direct comparison.
I mean, I would assume one of the ways of doing it is preferred versus the other, but I don't know that.
We take like a straw poll right now of like who feels strongly that the conflict of interest needs to be in the IGA, or can we just move forward with the other 3 edits? Like, is that something we could do now?
Sure.
Why not?
I mean, we are in agreement on the other 3 edits.
So you're fine.
So they're good to go. So the question is, do we want this conflict of interest language to be in the IGA or in the bylaws? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and it's already in the bylaws.
Well, okay, reside in one place. Yeah.
Well, I think it would be beneficial to understand it a little bit better,
I want a little, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't.
right? I mean, in the sense of, I totally concur with the consistency, being consistent across the various different IGAs, but it doesn't mean that if this is a standard practice, that maybe we shouldn't I'd entertain it. So, albeit.
Okay. No, I'm good with that.
Okay, we're going to leave it with,
We'll look at the RTA.
pardon me?
We'll look at the language in the RTA.
Okay, thank you. Okay, final subject, Slate Creek Steering Committee update. Is that you, Gail, Dave, or?
Well, it is. I mean, and I had kind of some prepared comments, and I think Dave and Helica were ready to go too, but since we're at the top of the hour and we had information in the packet, maybe this could just be an opportunity that hopefully everybody got a chance to read the minutes from the last steering committee meeting, the Slate Creek Steering Committee, and kind of talk about where we are in terms of the decisions that have been made, as well as, what is on the agenda for the June meeting. And I believe, that we've been reporting out to council, and I know that the county commissioners, Commissioner Salinas, I think, I know have been talking as well regularly with the commissioners, and given your structure is a little bit different than ours, right? I think probably even a little bit more communication. So long-winded way of saying we can give some highlights or we can answer some specific questions if there are some.
I think that we're not here together very often as a group, so I don't want to let that clock determine our conversation. That clock can change and it will go to 6:30 and we can still be talking about it. I think that if we have all of us here in the meeting, we need to let this time go so that you can go back with the proper information and we have a time to vet anything that we're at right now. So my suggestion would be not to just summarize it, but let's have the discussion what we're here for.
Okay, does everybody has the time for that?
We're here.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, as I say, I'll start out and then
Let me just say one thing for those who are looking for public comment. That will be coming up next and probably somewhere between 6:15 and 6:30, I would think.
There you go.
All right, thank you, President Muntean. So we did have our meeting in May, and basically we began the discussion kind of a little bit along the lines of what I just talked about, which is one of the tasks that we had been assigned as members of the steering committee was to go back to our respective groups and determine what kind of accountability and was expected, and what to try to get some guardrails in terms of what kind of decision making could be made in that room. And from a YVHA board perspective, I think the feedback that we got was they really wanted to engage more indirectly in shaping and improving and approving any sort of deliverables. But I think there's also kind of a recognition that the planning process and key decisions, we've got kind of a timing issue. And I think both from the Housing Authority as well as from a council perspective in terms of when we meet and when we can actually have those conversations, we want to make sure that we're getting input, but we also want to make sure that we don't in any way kind of delay the process. So, I think generally speaking, again, the board wants, YVHA board wants input on kind of specific deliverables. What I relayed to the group and what I think we heard from council was that we certainly wanted to, from a council perspective, wanted to have input on any sort of financial impact that was going to in some way or another impact our residents, as well as making sure that we have the ability to, weigh in on annexation. And then also kind of a strong interest in terms of how is the project scaled, right? From a phasing perspective, as well as what kind of infrastructure impacts and constraints there might be out there that would in any way impact how we move forward in terms of what's possible. And as I mentioned earlier, I think, from a county commissioner perspective, you all have had conversations, and given you have more meetings than we do, really have the ability to have a more cadence in terms of the conversation and providing any sort of input. We also talked about kind of the in-state and specifically defining a clear planning process by the end of June, including major phases of work, decision points, as well as where the opportunities for community engagement are needed. This roadmap would likely incorporate both technical analysis as well as coordinated what we're going to call political steps, which are feasibility studies, scenario development, and potential annexation pathways. And again, no intention here to create just, to start from scratch, but basically to build on what we know and what we have already discussed or learned the hard way, I guess, so to speak. We also discussed developing 2 or 3 different feasible development scenarios, potentially including kind of maybe a do-nothing baseline to help the community as well as decision makers really understand the trade-offs so that we know, right, and can make informed decisions. We talked about the scenarios probably trying to include, the various different dimensions of kind of moving forward, such as what's the unit mix, what's the land use, affordability levels, as well as overall scale. And I think importantly, there was, agreement that any scenario brought forward should be grounded in feasibility, ensuring that conversations with the community are rooted in realistic impact and in realistic options. And then we also just talked about how would we discuss and evaluate the various different scenarios, noting that we wanted to make sure and look at affordability, density, number of residents served, environmental impact, traffic, cost per unit. When we talk about, and we also really just made a general acknowledgement that there is kind of that ongoing pressure to address the housing shortage, balanced with the community's concern about scale and the ability to absorb growth without any sort of, significant need for new infrastructure. So again, that's kind of at the forefront of everybody's mind. We do have our next meeting scheduled for the 17th and the 18th. And the goal of that meeting is to define an end goal for the future annexation proposal, outline an annexation roadmap with key milestones, and then identify the necessary components of the next plan and the annexation proposal, and then specifically where there are points for community engagement, where we need to lean more into any sort of, the technical analysis and how do we bring that all together. So again, that's a really high-level summary. I'll defer to my colleagues for what I missed.
Well, a great summary.
Okay. All right.
I don't think you missed anything. I think Commissioner Salinas brought it up that, our next big steps are probably realistic steps are going to be funding for studies and things that need to happen. So those are probably going to be perspectives of everybody bringing these back to the organizations to see where that funding is going to come from.
Yeah, that's a good point, Councilmember Barnes. We talked about, obviously, we're in this high level right now of defining shared priorities, and there is a sense of urgency in the room. I don't want to say that we don't have that, but when the city has done their own constraints analysis that you guys will be reviewing in early June, but that's not going to be the only one that needs to be done when it comes to feasibility analysis or additional things. And so YVHA has a $500,000 grant from the county that is for this purpose, that is one identified funding source. But if we need to do additional feasibility studies and analysis of that parcel and looking at these development plans, where is that funding going to come from is kind of early on in the roadmap, where I think we will kind of need to get together as the housing authority, the city and the county to really dig into how are we going to fund this phase of the Slate Creek, I don't want to say Brown Ranch 2.0, but of Slate Creek. And so, yeah, I think that's a great point of when we will need to get involved is how are we going to address that? How are we going to pay for that? What do those opportunities look like? What buckets do we already have that we can pull from, and what do we need to go out and seek when it comes to grant or other funding that may be available? So that's a good point.
Yes.
Questions?
I have a question. I mean, what's going to be different this time? You've talked quite a bit about the product and all of that, but there's this whole thing out there called the community. And there were citizens who had a better plan. Have they brought their better plan? Are they engaged with this? I mean, are we keeping our eye on the folks out there who this will potentially go to? I mean, I would assume it would go to them, given that it's now 3 times and, council has tried the annexation solely. It didn't really work. So what's the vibe with that situation?
We haven't gotten there.
Well, I mean, I think I would say there's 100% recognition that yes, right? I mean, in terms of community engagement and broad community engagement, I mean, there was a lot of we learned a lot of lessons the first time around, right? But this time making sure that we are soliciting engagement on a broad scale. And I was just thinking, if you didn't have a chance, take a look at the roadmap, I guess I'll call it, that's in the paperwork. I think it's page 15. And one of the things that we specifically did, right, in terms of laying out what the key milestones are, is an exercise where we talked about where does it make sense to lean into the technical advisors and where does it make sense to really lean into community engagement, so that we're making sure that we are engaging the community and getting, informed input. We do have some money left over from from the Belonging Colorado that will be that can be specifically used for community engagement. I would say that probably, we probably all agree on this, that at this point we would like to be, I'm not sure that we've done what we needed to do in terms of community engagement, but really this is a process, this is the roadmap. And once we kind of hit the end of June, I guess I was thinking about is where we then really ramp up the community engagement aspect.
I share
want-
your concerns with what's going to be different this time as someone who was not elected at the time, but went through this process and saw it, as many of us in this room were. I think a couple of things we're trying to identify as differently. One is bringing on a developer early in the process. And so trying to get like a development perspective on board early as we start scenario planning, as we start looking at scale and phasing, so we can have that on board to say, yeah, this can be done. Like this, we want those voices in the room early, which is a change from last time. To your point, no, we have not seen a plan presented from the group who said they had a better plan. So no, we're not there yet. We have not seen that. But I do think that there are, Housing Authority putting on that hat has said, we felt like we did a good job of this time, or last time. Clearly something went wrong. And so we can't follow the same roadmap. Like there's going to have to be changes. And I think that has been acknowledged. What those weeds are, I think that is for this group to figure out.
And one of the biggest differences will be the city's constraint analysis and what can actually be built. So which would be a far smaller number to start with than the original proposal. So that's a huge difference just in the scale of the project that we would be asking for annexation, right?
So one question to the council is, looking back and looking forward, are you seeing this process as more of a collaboration with YVHA, or is this going to be more like it was the last go round?
I would hope that it would be a collaborative effort. We did not include them. They sat on the sidelines and were participants, but kind of like left to the side in a sense. I think that being the landowner and the applicant, it's vital that we actually include them moving forward.
Well, and I think that was the whole point, right? We have to have 100% agreement or we don't move forward. That was how our board was set up. That was how we vote. And so if we don't get full agreement in our way of voting with Vista 5, then we bring it back around, talk about it some more until we get to consensus.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Councilor Barnes. So again, I think it's described in the documentation, but this is collaboration, this is partnership. And and there is the opportunity for somebody to not agree, but we don't move on until we get to a point where we all agree. Or
As electeds, what can we point to give hope to anybody about things happening at Brown Ranch? Because even me personally, I feel my hope and optimism dwindling, and I feel like we're in process. So maybe those who are involved, what specifically can we point to as progress and that there is hope?
Ending our relationship with community builders and moving forward with a different facilitator might be the start of hope.
I have a different perspective. I'm not surprised. I mean, I think hope, yeah.
Point, Mr. Barnes.
I think it's been really important for us to be around the table. And I think, the fact is that we are around the table. We are working, we are committed to working in partnership and collaboration and not seeing this as a negotiation. And I think we are going into this more informed and recognition that community engagement is critical so that we bring the community along, which is, I think, one of the things that didn't happen well the last time, and make sure that the community is engaged in terms of what's happening. And like what we talked about, that we're looking at the constraints analysis, that we're looking at the technical analysis, that we are talking about coming together with a developer, what I would call an advisory board, right? So that we get that kind of input from the developers, it's not a seat, but just engaging that local community and, using that information to move forward. And so, again, and also providing what the trade-offs are. I mean, I think that's, again, and trying to do that in a way that is clear so that we can, make those decisions in terms of if we want this, it may mean that we can't do this. Or we need to figure out.
I'm a lot more pragmatic, and it seems like this process is taking years and years and years. And I'm sorry, but Community Builders is one that's going down a path that we've allowed because of belonging Colorado. So I don't disagree a lot with what he says. And I think that we keep doing these laps because of it just, we're all overcomplicating a big part of it, okay? And so I appreciate your comment, but I agree more with Mr. Barnes. In the context of what Councilor Swentek was saying is that what hope can we give our community that we're not going to do another year or two long lap? I'm pragmatic. I want to get to the constraint analysis. What can we build? Give some people some hope. And we spend months and months and months talking kumbaya and trying to build this thing. And that's what my frustration comes from. Okay, so I'm really tired of the kumbaya. I think we can get to something that's more realistic and pragmatic because we have 3 full annexations that this city planning has gone through and looked at. Okay, let's kind of, we're spending, to me, we're just spending too much time on this facilitated kind of kumbaya trying to get to how we're going to make the decisions. Could we just look at where we are with it and move forward? That's how I feel.
And I would say, I didn't mean disrespect to Community Builders. I think the process has been very worthwhile. I think it's been good to get to that point, but I think we have to cut the umbilical cord and walk forward and move into the actual planning phase.
I think what you're getting into is questions that are going to be answered in not very far into the future, a couple months, because this phase is over with at the end of June or early July. So what you're talking about now and bringing in the constraint analysis, we will have a very lively discussion about this come that time.
Yeah, and I think one very positive thing, I agree with you, Michael, everything takes too long, transportation, housing, all the things. I'm 100% with you, I understand that, and I agree. But that being said, I mean, I think the idea that this is not a negotiation, it's a collaboration is huge. And I think we need to recognize and thank the people who are willing to do these 2-day meetings and put the hundreds of hours in. I mean, these are our elected officials sitting down and trying to say, we've learned some things, let's put them together. When we put the city and the county and the housing authority into the room, we all have different opportunities for funding sources, different relationships with different types of agencies. I mean, it creates a much stronger entity as a whole. And so I think, what I'd like to be able to say, of course, Brian, is, we're going to see houses next week, but I think just the fact that we have the right people on the team with the right approach and attitude gives us access to resources we wouldn't otherwise have. It's not the same as houses out of the ground, but.
I think the important comments in this conversation, I think Brian's question is very important and needs to be stated publicly and the community needs to hear the people at this dais say that we understand the sense of urgency, that we agree with them that this needs to happen and move quickly, and that is what is different this time, is that I think we are all on the same page that we want to see something come to life, because you're right, people are losing hope, and that needs to be said out loud. People are leaving. Our peers, I think we relate to that at this table more than anyone else because we are living it and we are seeing it. And I think that is different this time around, is that hopefully that there is agreement at this table that this is a real issue that needs to be addressed with some sort of sense of urgency, and the collaboration piece is important. We're not putting people at the table who don't believe in that mission, but all of us in that room, I have confidence in, really want to see something happen for the sake of our community. And so I appreciate and really am grateful that you're asking those questions, because the community needs to hear that. They need to hear us say, we hear that you are losing hope and we are taking that seriously.
And what I'd add to those, all the same pieces is basically the community wants to know what's going on. They want to have something that they can put in their hand, and what they want to put, what they can put in their hand are things like what are the constraints? What's the size? What's, what can we reasonably put in that space? And then what are the designs and the neighborhood designs, neighborhood planning options that we have? And those two things are things that the community can hold, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking like, what are you guys doing? And so I guess the question I do have a question to that is, at what point will we be able to come together and have those two things, that they can hold?
I think the city, you guys are having your constraints analysis June 2nd presented. And so that will give our group a lot of guidance to start implementing the next phases of the roadmap. So I think once we have the city's constraints analysis, then we can go back and look at the previous feasibility studies that were done on the land. We can find the gaps that are identified and start funding those and start having those answers. So I think we're very close to having those first answers come the city's feasibility or constraints analysis.
I want to go on record and say that, I absolutely concur with you, Councilor Ruccino. We've been in this for a while and, would love to have seen houses already built out there. But I think it is important in terms of what we're doing now, we need to build a strong foundation in order to be able to move forward and actually quicker once we are able to move.
Okay. Process, yes. Progress?
Yes.
Slowly.
Yes.
Progress.
Thank you.
Good job, Steve.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Well, thank you all, commissioners and county manager, for being here tonight and sharing
You gotta stay
your
for
time with us.
I'll pass.
Come on, you're
And we'll give you a minute to,
Thank you.
if you want to.
Thanks.
Ed?
Stay until 10:30. Oh, dispatchers.
Because you've done
We
it
have-
enough in the past. That's probably what.
Watch out, watch out.
You're right. Very true. Thanks for the invitation and for dinner. Appreciate it.
Oh, I mean, the childcare, yeah. We got a few things.
Always a pleasure.
Another test.
Thanks, Tim.
Community reports. and things like that.
Versus later.
Is
Michael.
Thank you.
net IGA, so.
See you. Bye-bye. Bye.
We're grown up.
And we're
Oh,
already
including other.
other entities and,
I mean, I do. feel-
sorry.
Can't get the-
And I've talked to Tom a little bit about this, but we're starting to see some pressure on,
Yeah.
And then see if we want to come back to that.
Needed that longer discussion.
state patrol.
We needed to have the freedom for the full discussion.
The only thing I was gonna do.
They-
Parking.
Just like had the initial discussions.
Yeah.
Trying to put them in a box. and
Yeah.
we want to get an advisory.
Okay, everyone, are we good?
So I was-
All right, we are going to move on to public comment at this point in time. So if there's anybody in the room or online, if anybody in the room would like to make public comment about any subject that is not on the agenda tonight, come on down. You've been very patient. And if there's anybody online who'd like to make a public comment on anything not on the agenda, please raise your hand and we'll get to you. State your name and address, please, and you have 3 minutes.
You want the full address or just the abbreviated? I'll give you the full one. Nick Bells. I reside at County Road 14B 30755. So I'm here today as a resident of Steamboat Concerned Citizen to talk about an ongoing conversation you guys have been having about Steamboat Ski Resort. Having grown up here and spent most of my life here, I have some feedback about the things that I've observed. A lot of things with the resort have changed and our community have changed, and a lot of things have remained constant. As far as the things that remain constant for me is community engagement. The resort sits atop our public lands. They utilize our water. They rely on our community for their workforce, and they appropriate our Western heritage for their marketing. What I have seen change is the resort's level of investment in our community. In my time of living within the community, I have seen the resort overpromise, and I feel intentionally underdeliver. I feel it's a strategy of theirs to come before you and make grand promises in order to prevent other outcomes from occurring. And then they kick the can down the road long enough that it loses steam and it loses interest. Another thing for me that is important is the historic record of the ski resort. Let's take parking, for example. Having grown up here, I grew up in a time our elevation was our population, 6,700 people. In those days, all of the existing parking infrastructure existed as it does now, with some exceptions. The biggest change for me was the removal of the Meadows overflow lot, a lot specifically designed in the case that there were too many people trying to park at Meadows that was there for that overflow to handle that additional load. That lot was redeveloped into real estate, and we lost that ability for parking. The Denton Dash lot, as I call it, is now paid parking. The Knoll lot is now paid parking. The resort recently came out and said that during peak hours and times, the Meadows lot will be paid parking. It's easy for me to foresee a future in which there is no free parking at the resort. There's diminished capacity because parking spaces have been converted into real estate, and that the community is left handling those displaced users and the increased number of users. My ask of you is to hold the resort accountable for their impacts on our community and pursue a lift tax and start that process, and then give it to the community and let the community decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to make a public comment on something not on the agenda tonight? Come on down, sir. State your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Ken Brenner, 789 Spring Creek Circle. Wanted to thank you all for your service. It's been a while since I've sat back there, but I remember it's a hard job and you get thrown all kinds of curveballs, and very few people, unless you've sat there, really understand how hard the job is. So thank you very much for your work. I'm here to ask you to direct your staff to intervene with a land use matter with the county. And this is over in the Spring Creek area, right at the trailhead. I was on city council when we adopted the West of Steamboat Area Plan, which was kind of an addendum to the 1996 Community Area Plan. That plan was a joint agreement between the city and the county, city council, county commissioners, city planning commission, and county planning commission all signed onto this document, which essentially said that the city was going to try to, and the county were going to work together to maintain a hard urban growth boundary on the city of Steamboat Springs. The city's commitment was for density, infill, and redevelopment, and the county was supposed to use 1 for 35 and preserve functioning ag and wildlife. We're all very proud of the land use pattern that we've done here, and I was lucky enough to lecture at a number of different local governments around the state on the success that we've had in this collaborative work. But one of your own members of your staff has been kind of leading a project over here that we weren't really aware of until 10 years after it was already approved. But a planning commission referral approved the access for a single 1,200 square foot house on this 1.5 acre. It's such a steep site that the road itself used up almost a 1/2 acre. So there's about 1 acre left to put, now what is being proposed is 8 large units on that same piece of property. They're using a 100-year-old plat, even though it's zoned ag forestry. And it's being reviewed by the Board of Adjustment for the county. And their only priority is to review the appropriateness of the setback variance that they're proposing. And it has nothing to do with the land use approval. From their perspective, we've already approved it. Nothing could be further from the truth. There's a safety and access issue with all along there. That's a heavily used. Every day of the year, you can go by and see lots of cars parked there, heavy use by both our residents and our visitors. And it's narrow and dangerous right where that road is constructed. My sister was killed back in 1991 by a truck coming down through there just because it's so narrow and dangerous. It's not something that we want to propagate. It'd be good to have better notification. If I'd known about this when it was first being proposed, we could have probably done a lot to slow this down then. I'm really hoping that you can direct your staff to look into this matter and intervene with the county and assure them that, the many times that we received applications in my 8-year tenure to do any kind of a variance to this hard urban growth boundary was an easy decision to that. We wanted to honor that historic level of cooperative planning between the city and the county. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
I won't be the last one you hear from.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience? Come on down. Amy, how are
Hello,
you?
Amy Charity, 281 Locust Court. Good evening, council members. I'm here to reinforce really this partnership and how important it is with SBT Gravel and the city. We are in final preparations for our event, which will take place the last weekend of June. And our team is working very closely with the city staff and the county staff to make sure we have another successful event. This year, we'll welcome 2,750 riders, approximately 80 vendors, and dozens of sponsors. And this is a significant impact on our community in a positive way. Even though we have this international presence of our riders, we are still deeply committed to giving back to the Steamboat community. We focus and invest on the local businesses as much as possible, and this is substantial. For example, we'll purchase nearly 3,000 rider meals from Skull Creek Greek. We have 89 porta potties from Twin Enviro. It is huge what we spend here, and every single place that we can spend locally, that's what we do. In addition to our spend, our rider spend is substantial, and we're working with the CSU Extension Office on an economic study on what rider spend is, and we will have that report available to you in the fall. It's in the approximately $10 to $20 million, and they will come back with what that is, but it is a real number for what our riders spend. It's not all about the economic impact. We also give back substantially to local nonprofits. We have for years, and that's been a commitment to the Cycle Effect, Route County Riders, 4-H, and many other nonprofits. This is both a financial contribution and giving our time and resources of our team, and that's what's critical to us. We understand that running an event of this scale comes with a lot of responsibility, and we have made so many changes to make sure that our impacts are positive and that we are lessening any impact on the rural county. We are doing that through extensive communication. We are actually visiting every single residence without a no trespassing sign that are on our courses. We are sending mailers, and we are communicating in every way we know how to say the hours that cyclists will be riding by their houses. It is important to us to be a positive contributor to Steamboat, and we really need your support in doing so. So thank you for allowing us to move forward with our event.
Thank you, Amy. Good luck.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, we're going to go online real quick and get Craig. If you want to make a public comment, can you unmute and state your name and address? And you have 3 minutes.
Good. My name is Craig Tolliver, 1224 Ridgeview Drive, Steamboat Springs. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. So I'm addressing the same issue that Mr. Brenner was addressing. And I would encourage the city council and actually all interested residents to really pay attention to this issue on Spring Creek. And for those who don't know or don't know exactly what we're talking about, I assume all of us have been on Spring Creek, but there's that very steep driveway that comes down right next to the parking lot, literally right at the trailhead, if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about. What many don't understand, and I think what Mr. Brenner started to address, was that back in 2014 and 2015, this issue was before the Steamboat Springs City Council. And at that time, the applicant made, he asked the city to allow access through the Steamboat City land to connect that driveway. And it was on the February 3rd, 2015 Steamboat Springs City Council meeting, item 2, and he made representations that he wanted to build a single, approximately 1,200 square foot house. He was very concerned about the visual impacts, so on and so forth. It's very clear in black and white. I guess assuming based on those representations, the city allowed him to create that driveway. So fast forward 10 years later now, before the Route County planning right now, is his plan to build eight multi-story garage homes right there, literally on Spring Creek. And You can say, is it above or is it on Spring Creek? I'm not, interested in parsing words, but it's right there. He's asking for setback adjustments across the board from the county because he can't build anything without setbacks. These lots are about, several of them are 25 feet wide by 99 feet long. They're zoned agricultural forestry. This will be a huge impact on the Spring Creek trailhead. He hasn't gone through the process of showing that any of these adjustments are the minimum required adjustments to allow reasonable use of the property. In fact, you might ask, well, if a single home and a consolidation was the reasonable use 10 years ago, why are 8 multi-story homes the reasonable use now? And that wasn't addressed in his application. So this is before, this public comment is ongoing before the county. I encourage the city of Steamboat Springs as an adjacent landowner to weigh in here. There will be significant construction impacts. The county told me via phone and has told other people via email that obviously with that steep driveway, there'll be construction impacts. The county will have to work with the city to shut down the Spring Creek parking lot. Not surprisingly, nobody can imagine any construction trucks going up that steep driveway with bikes and dogs and children running by. And I'm assuming there will be significant closures to the trailhead into the parking lot. So this is a really serious issue. I implore everyone to really take notice of this. It's PL 2026-0040 before the Routt County Planning. Michael Fitz is the individual anyone should contact if they have comments. The first round of comments are due this Friday on the 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Okay, is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to make a public comment? Come on down and state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
Kim Haggerty, 74 Park Place. Hi, everybody. My first one is late night buses. This is a big topic right now with like the bus system and paid parking. Please, I urge you to bring back late night buses. It's a short term, December 1st, April 1st. That's all we're asking. Get our employees home safe, get our locals home safe, get our tourists home safe. Please, please, please consider this in your process of figuring out the bus system. My second one is short-term rental. The process, it's still flawed. People are still not getting notified. They're still getting summonsed. They are still getting bullied by Chrissy Duran, and they are still fighting this system. We already did this. We did this together. And I thought we had a whole process in place. I really did. I felt good about it. And the entire winter went by and I became the spokesperson for people contacting me personally saying, what is happening? I just want you to be aware that it's still happening. So I'm putting the ball back in your court. Please educate your city staff that this is still not a thing. That's like, we agreed, okay, be lenient, give notification, let them have a chance to rectify whatever was wrong. We asked this and you agreed. So please, it's still a thing. Like talk to, I don't know, Dan Foote, talk to somebody and find out how many people this has happened to since, I think it was September. I think it was September that we decided this should not happen anymore. So I just wanted to bring that attention to everybody because it's been coming to me. So I wanted to bring it back to you. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim. All right, is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to make public comment on anything not on the agenda tonight? Okay. Is there anyone online? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will close public comment. And I think we're going to try to, if we can, right now we're on to, and I know we have a number of presentations and I see many of you in the room. Yes.
Can I make a couple quick comments?
Well, I'm going to come back to that in a
You're gonna
second.
come back, okay,
I'm going to
thank you.
come back to it. So we may make some changes here. So just hang in there for a little bit if you think we're running a little late tonight. But I did want to follow up on a couple of these things. I think, number one, the Spring Creek development. And Jen, if you wouldn't mind just kind of alerting everyone to what is our role in the Spring Creek development? What actions can we possibly take regarding that? And what is our accountability around that?
Sure. as you guys all are aware, and as the commenters discussed, this property is in a planning process with Routt County. They have their own zoning codes. They have their own sets of regulations. We are not a part of that, that process. The city does not have a role that I can think of off the top of my head. We did have a role, one of the commenters was correct in granting a 2015 access easement. The city, if there's a desire to, of course, make individual comments, you're free to do that, but I can't think of any other regulatory mechanism that you guys have to weigh in on this item.
I have a follow-up clarification on that. Because since I work with the staff member who owns this property, I almost feel like I need to recuse myself on this. But so basically, what ability do I have or not have to really make a comment, given that I work closely with that staff member?
There's really no decisions that we're making that relate to this property. And so as much as, you have.
I am being asked for comment. Yeah, that's.
And that's fine. And as Jen says, we don't really have an authority in this one. And so whereas with the Slate Creek property, right, that's in the county, but they're trying to annex it into the city. We're very involved in that one. This is outside our city boundaries, and it's like discovery land. We don't have a lot of authority. We can make some influence. We can try to do what we can, but I don't think we have any authority one way or the other.
May I ask a question? I feel like there's kind of an implication that it was misrepresented in 2015, that what was told to the council at that time, the impact was small, and that council made a decision at the time with that, and now the plan is larger. Is there any validity to that concern?
I have not looked at the council packet from 2015. I did have a chance just to take a look at the easement itself, and the easement itself talks about access to the sort of consideration was that they would build a bigger parking turnaround area at the bottom of Spring Creek Road and also provide access to the north. So there's nothing in the grant of the easement that talks about any limitation on the number of units. So I didn't see that in the actual recorded easement.
And do you have any comments about the speculation that the road would be closed? I mean, from the perspective of, are we talking about it's closed to parking or and again, would that be something, I don't know whether that's city property in terms of the road?
It's
where the parking
county
is?
road. There's city property on both sides of it. I imagine that the county would coordinate with our Parks and Rec department, and perhaps city manager has some comments on how that might play out.
Yeah, I think there would be a coordination probably with some sort of construction site management plan. The county's not going to want a county road to be closed, so we would work with them in terms of trying to mitigate any of the impacts. So I don't know the extent. We don't know what the plan is in terms of construction. We don't know whether they're going to build one house over the next 8 years, or they're going to build 8 houses in 2 years. We just don't know that information. So it's hard to say or speculate kind of what the impact would be. And they may not even know at this point. They're just trying to get approval for the allowance to build those units. So.
Okay. Yes. No?
We did grant sewer access, right?
Wastewater, we did for up to 8 units.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments on this? All right.
As a clarification, I just wanted to state that the reason that the city granted access to the wastewater was that the alternative would have been septic tanks and leach fields, which we did not want immediately adjacent to Spring Creek. So there were some health and safety reasons to grant that allowance.
Counselor Dixon, did you have a thought?
I'm sorry, yeah. Would there be any interest from city council to write a letter to the county about this project?
Saying what?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really know that, but that it is quite problematic. If anyone has used Spring Creek in the wintertime, and the thought, and even the summertime, the thought of having more traffic up and down that county road is definitely a problem.
Any response to Counselor Dixon's?
I have no idea what it's going to say or what we would write or what we're support or not support. So no, not at this point.
Or for me, I don't know enough about the project. That's my problem. I can't even visualize what that plot looks like. So I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I just worry about signing something without knowing what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I share that because I've heard, but I haven't actually looked at the plans in terms of understanding what it is. So,
Like Tom mentioned, we don't know whether it's one a year over 8 years or all at once, or whether it's just speculation.
Yeah, I agree. I need to get information on it as well, which I will do. And maybe I bring it back to council.
What, if you're going to get information on it, Counselor Dixon, and then you can bring it back to council and educate us about this.
Okay.
That would be great.
and what's the Friday deadline? Is it just for the initial comments? Do we know?
I got the impression the comments were public comment period for the variance requests through the county. But we can follow up and find out what those dates are for you if you'd like.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
A couple other of the public comments around late night bus service from December through till April 1st. Again, that's something that obviously we can bring to SST and look at what that impact would have in the budget for next year or in October. The STR situation, I am not aware of a lot of activity in terms of what we experienced a year ago. And if there is activity or whatnot, it might be good to understand what it is. In other words, are we seeing, I assume we've seen a decrease in a lot of the issues we had, over the course of the last year. And maybe it'd be nice just to see what the trends are and what is going on at some point in the near future to just get an update on that. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we talked about that actually when we kind of when we adopted kind of the changes in the rules. So maybe it's something that Tom, staff can take a look at, and because I think we talked about reporting back at whatever time would be an appropriate time, just in terms of did what was done and what was adopted in terms of revising the rules actually have the impact that we thought it would. Does that seem?
To be a sounding board for some of the STR issues. And I would say that most all of the ones that I've personally looked into seem to be well documented by city staff, that the reporting was done on time and that they missed deadlines of their own volition. And so I am not aware of any egregious or non-communication from city staff.
I agree. I think it's time for just a review of.
Yeah, just see what the trends are and what's been going on.
And I think we had talked earlier about putting it on at our December goals or retreat, was to put it on a work session to really look, or somewhere we talked about
We did.
overlooking the whole short-term rental licensing and see how it's done and worked and evaluated.
Okay. You go with that?
Yes, we'll report back with a sort of an activity, so you have an understanding. I also wanted to follow up on the SSD comment that you just made. We did just give you the presentation on the winter service, and we were telling you that winter service was not going to change. If you would like to revisit that, we will need to know that sooner rather than later, because it changes our recruiting and hiring practices. So As of now, the direction was to proceed with
That is,
winter service as it was last year.
does anybody have interest in looking at further late night bus service during the winter months? And as to what that would cost or not?
I think it would be beneficial to get the info so that we could at least make a decision on it. If in the budget process later, we could allocate for it, especially with the advent of paid parking.
So
We need to make
was
that
not in
decision
the,
ahead of time. We have to hire, we're spending money now that we need to not spend in the future. So I would say like, although I think it would be great, we can't offer it. We don't have enough money. If we're keeping the same level of service, that means we already have to cut somewhere else.
so I was not in the meeting, but I did go back and review the videotape. And what I heard in that meeting was Jonathan Flynn stating that it was not less of a staffing issue and more of a operational bus issue, and that we are 7 buses down, and so expanding that into a night service was operationally risky, not from a staffing level, but from a bus level that that's why we're ordering 7 new buses. Did I hear that correctly?
You did.
You did.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you for bringing.
so we'll close that down. Is that good? Thank you, Tom. All right, it's almost 7 o'clock, but before it gets to 7 o'clock, I'd like to see if we can do a really quick, any comments from city council on reports or whatnot that they like to make.
I mean, mine's not going to be quick. Can I go?
Yes.
Okay. I have a public apology and then I have updates. So I would like to take a moment to publicly apologize to former Council President Robin Crossan for the insinuation that she and her role at SSRC somehow compromised the Gondola Transit Center negotiations. I said this last week during our council meeting and discussing what was going on at GCC. While I do have had concerns and continue to have concerns regarding council's interpretation of conflicts of interest, my direct statements about an individual, President Crossan, were unfair, disrespectful, and mischaracterized her as an individual. In my frustration with the process, I lost sight and instead chose to blame a person. My comment did nothing to further my goal, but instead undermined it. And so for what I said, I am deeply sorry. One thing I know for sure is that anyone who serves on council and works at the city only does so because they care deeply about our community. Boiling someone, especially one of my peers, down to a single data point isn't right. It's embarrassing for me personally, and it's not the kind of behavior and leadership I want to model as a member of council. I would like to highlight President Crossan. During her tenure, she led the charge on Brown Ranch. She spearheaded regulation of STRs, found dedicated funding for affordable housing, and did something I find absolutely impossible, which is maintaining an amicable relationship with the resort. I admire these accomplishments. I'd like to thank her and the rest of the councilors at that time for doing so much for our community in so little time. While we all make mistakes and say things we regret, few of us have the privilege of sitting as a leader in front of a mic while we make that mistake. So once again, I would like to sincerely apologize directly to Robin and the rest of the community for pointing fingers and blaming individuals instead of bringing us together to work in the best interest of Steamboat. Felt it was very important to say that.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Now on to my 2 updates. One, I ran into Kathy Cannell at the dog park, and she said that she had been meaning to come. She felt like it was important for council to know what Steamboat Digs Dogs does for the community. And so I would like to get a pulse from council about working with her to come for a quick community report just to fill us in on what Steamboat Digs Dogs does. And the second thing, this was raised to me. I already articulated, I don't think there's much appetite on council, but I feel obligated to raise it, was the discussion around the up to 9% on the STR tax level. And that the original conversation of that up to was that it was going to be flexed depending on what was going on economically or in the economy. And we are seeing a tough season. And so is that a conversation that we should be having now about adjusting it down to lower the total lodging rate to try to encourage additional bookings? So I'm raising that as well to council to get a pulse. Those are my 2 updates. Well, and we did coffee with council, but I'll let someone else talk about that.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Swintek. Any other reports?
Yeah, I have a quick report on the RTA. So the RTA has decided that we're going to move forward with an RFQ for a hiring firm for executive director. We expect that to be posted on bid.com and this Friday. And we'll also reach out to other search firms that we have worked with in the past to make sure that they're aware of this. But we feel that we do need additional assistance. And so we are going to look for a search firm for that. In addition, my understanding is, we did get as we said before, the $500,000 from Ski Corp for the first payment in support of the RTA. That's in the bank, and we're paying back funds. And so is my understanding that we have paid back the city of Steamboat Springs the full money that they've loaned us for our legal services. And so I guess maybe a question to Kim has, to confirm that all payments have been, or I don't know where that's going into, whether it's.
It's in the supplemental. We'll talk about it today.
Oh, it is? Okay. All right. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Others? Yes.
I had two announcements. One, I think council has been talking about or started talking about last fall, kind of the issue of volume-based pricing or kind of pay as you throw. The concept of paying, having adjustable rates depending upon kind of your trash size. So I just wanted to make sure, mostly for anybody that's listening, that the Western Resilience Center is having their community meeting tomorrow. I think it's at like 1:00, right? And Alicia Archibald is going to be talking about kind of what's being considered, as well as I think Jen Shank from the High Country Conservation Center will also be talking about the experience over in Summit County. So if there's anybody out there that wants to learn about pay as you throw, volume-based pricing, this is your opportunity. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the post office, and had a call from Julie Suter, who works with Congressman Neguse, really just kind of checking in terms of what we're seeing in Steamboat and whether we think, particularly in kind of the Old Town areas or areas where we don't have home delivery, if people's services, is getting better. And you all may remember that within the last year, we did get the postmaster to agree to not charge anybody for a PO box who doesn't have home delivery. I think this issue is kind of coming back up, really from the perspective that we have a postmaster now who really wants to move forward with cluster boxes, which again, we have cluster boxes in a lot of places in our community, but specifically not a lot of them in Old Town. So there may be a cluster box coming to you soon. So if there's, any interest or questions, again, this will take coordination between, I think, the city as well as between the postmaster. But, it has the benefit of not only better service, but also if we can get any cars off of that intersection at 3rd and Lincoln, that would be a huge benefit as well. So if anybody has any questions or you hear from anybody about, comments or thoughts, send them my way. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Great, super. Any other council reports? Councilor Dixon, do you have anything you wish to share tonight?
I do not.
Okay.
We have one on water teams meeting.
Yes.
We touched on the adoption of the new landscaping codes that also consider the new fire mitigation codes as well as city code updates, which we visited after that meeting. We touched on our drought conditions and the fact that we are under stage 2 drought restrictions now. And this may and most likely will change later in the season to stage 3. We discussed best practices to disseminate information about these restrictions and how to keep it front and center. One way is put links on the homepage of the website that would just direct people to those restrictions, even on watering days, just making it super easy, maybe on other landing pages on the website. They were going to look into that. And then also, who is under those restrictions? If you have a business that involves power washing or cleaning driveways or that uses water, so that people that have those jobs understand what their restrictions are, which aren't, it does not restrict their businesses, but just so they can easily find that information on the website and keep it in front and center. Also with fire restrictions, fire bans, just adding that in again. So it'll be one of those big cues that comes to people coming to the pages without having to look through the departments and everything. If there's front and center links We touched on what stage 3 restrictions might look like, and it doesn't seem like there's a real roadmap for stage 3, and that some of them may be dictated by the state, and then also maybe superseded with stricter restrictions by the city. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And that was basically a wrap up on the Water Teams meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Barnes. Couple quick things. The RFP with the Housing Authority is out for the search firms to help us select a new ED. Those should be back in a couple weeks, and we'll make a selection in June, and then it's about a 12 to 13 week process after that. So that's where that stands. The other thing I'll just give you is a brief update on the winter parking program. We met with Ski Corps on May 18th, which was yesterday. SSRC's winter parking program is being implemented this upcoming ski season, and the city and SSRC continue to work on mitigation strategies. And we're gathering and analyzing additional data so that we can make better, more informed decisions. This includes such things as quantifying the number of skiers coming from the south as well as those out west of town to see how we might provide free parking options and whether people will be interested in using them. For example, we have confirmed that there are around 50 cars that come from the south each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We need to further engage the community into understanding their level and interest, for example, of parking at Haymaker and taking a shuttle directly to the GTC, not to the Meadows parking lot. How often would the shuttle need to run and at what cost could then be calculated, but we need to understand the level of interest. We're also exploring community engagement strategies, which will provide information on local preferred options to get to the ski mountain. For example, what percentage of skiers would carpool, park at a downtown lot with SST service to the mountain, or even pay for parking at the Meadows parking lot? The answers to these questions would lead us to various different scenarios. We're also getting more information through surveys from HOAs that's going on right now on what enforcement strategies make the most sense. For example, is signage enough, or do we need to have video monitoring or some combination of these things? We continue to meet to finalize our mitigation strategies. Our next meeting is June 1st, and we just keep moving this ball forward, and we'll let you know after each meeting, which we try to hold on Monday, so we can give you an update the next day.
It reminds me about Coffee with Council. This topic took up about half the time, would you say, about the paid parking and the implications. One of the concerns was if we're pushing parking to Haymaker, what is the impact on Nordic skiers, people who buy a pass at Haymaker? Are they able to park there and use their passes and access Nordic skiing? And then I would look to the other counselors to validate what I'm about to say, but I feel like it was a resounding opinion in the room that people were pretty frustrated. And there was a big discussion about why are we not pursuing a lift tax was the conversation. Feeling like the city was being taken advantage of, worries about the impacts on other businesses and parking elsewhere, a lot of the things that we've raised. There was a discussion between council members of the reason of why and why not to pursue the lift tax, and each individual councilor discussed it. And the other three things that were discussed. One, didn't know this, tobacco use in teens is monstrous, and a lot of vapes that are used, the majority of them are not FDA approved. A lot of them actually want to get off, like quit it, but find it impossible. So there is a, what was it, Route, Tobacco Free Coalition of Route, yeah. They came and spoke. I thought it was very interesting. Maybe we'll get some more updates from them. SOAR was there, which is Seniors of Around Route, serving older Route people.
Serving older.
What used to be, sorry, apologies, SOAR. We talked about what they offered to the community as well, and they had spoken about us purchasing the Campbell property and just explaining they're increasing their services. They want to increase, it's at capacity, they want to increase how often they're offering lunch, and having a dedicated space for them rather than just sharing a community space would be really valuable so they can increase their offering. And there's a lot of things like walk and move, like it just makes it difficult for them to increase what they do.
To add on to that, one thing that I learned from them is I didn't realize that SOAR was actually the organization that was doing Meals on Wheels. So when they're talking about the capacity that they need and the growing needs for a permanent space, it's directly related to the fact that they're running Wheels and Wheels and needs that, dedicated cooking area and distribution.
Well, and they serve lunch too, both of those things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the last thing was just around the commuter rail, talking about the Campbell property purchase and saying maybe we could purchase the far end of the Union Pacific lot and build a car bridge across the way and make it this great big transit-oriented development. So those were the updates at Coffee with.
Great idea.
So the one thing I'd add on for the Tobacco Coalition is I had asked the gal, and I apologize, I forget her name, but to please reach out to city to maybe get a time to come present. One of the hardest things is that it's regulated by the state and not by locals, as far as I understand. But we do have the ability to pull a sales tax license for violators that are selling minors illegal vape. And they said one of the biggest problems is that there's a lot of black market vape that we're not even aware that they're selling, and that there is no regulation as to what is in those products. And these folks are selling it. I think we have 22 within 5 miles of the schools. So just a big concern to sort of figure out a way that the city might be able to help with.
Yeah, and there's a movement forward on this issue. In fact, Councilor Pacino went to the high school the other day and you met on that. And in fact, we've analyzed, for example, the fines that we give for selling to underage. I think our fines is something like $100 to $200, where many other communities are well over $1,000. Other communities have also eliminated flavored tobacco, and they don't sell that anymore. We still do. So I think we have a lot of things we can do, and that is moving forward. I don't know if you have anything to add from that school outing or not.
No, thank you. That you just hit the nail on the head, that there's a lot of product being sold at the convenience stores and gas stations that are not in their initial product. It's a natural product, but when the synergy between that and the kratom and some of these other things can turn deadly. And yet they're selling them at a store. You can just go buy stuff, and a kid could overdose on what they buy at the grocery store. And they're not allowed to buy it until they're 18. But there's the problem, is that the fines are so low. And so regulatory wise, we have the ability to kind of up the fines and do some other things. But this group that's been doing the roundabout with the Coffee and Council and this with the schools is trying to get a tobacco-free kind of awareness to what we can do as legislators.
And I would just clarify, I think Dan has said that we as a council could ban the flavored tobacco.
And increase the fines. We can do both those things. So, okay, I think that's it for council reports, but I do want to come back to you on the two things you're requesting from council. One was on Steamboat Digs Dogs, and to whether or not you suggested a community report or a presentation update. How does the rest of council feel about that? You okay, up or down? Okay, that's a majority. All right. Amy?
That's fine. If we could just.
Okay. All right. And the other thing is about this potentially reducing the SDR tax from 9% to 7% or something for a short period of time, just to give a break to the lodging community. And I don't know how everybody else feels about this, but a 2% break, which isn't going to make much of a difference to the tourist who's coming to town, I don't think. And that's really who it's going to. And my other concern is that the STR tax, we're going to need every cent we have for all of the affordable housing projects that we have going. So I personally have some problems with that, but I don't know how the rest of council feels.
I'm not in favor of that.
I concur with your assessment, Councilman. President Muntean?
I would just ask, can we lump this in with that goal setting conversation of assessing STR? The up to, it just provides a lot of lack of clarity. I feel like you don't want to, I mean, can we at least discuss it at our goal setting? You don't even want to discuss it.
Which goal setting meeting are you talking about? December at the retreat?
Yeah. No, the December one, like when we go over our annual stuff.
I'll write it down.
Okay.
We can determine.
At least just decide if we want to.
We could talk about priorities. Okay, it's 10 after 7. We do need to take a quick break, so we'll take a quick 10-minute break. Thank you all who've patiently waiting out there, because I know we have a number of presentations and whatnot, so we'll get to you shortly. Thank you. 10 minutes.
They were so bad when I was like.
Right? Well,
different than
I
me.
remember being in college. This is a long time ago. And you had to be 18 to drink 3-2. And I was only 17 in college. I had to play around a little bit with my driver's license. But I still used it in college. That was terrible.
No, not you.
You two bears suck.
I didn't mean to come out that way.
Pretty sad, cut the umbilical cord pretty well.
Hey, gang, we're going to get back together in about 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
2 more. Yeah, let's do it. Mateen. On 7? Or we're going to do agenda review? We're going to go through the process or jump ahead?
We're moving around.
Okay.
Let's see, who are we waiting on here? Mr. Barnes?
That's it.
We're all here.
We're all here. Counselor Dixon. Okay, we're going to move around the agenda a little bit here, and we're going to move to community reports at this time. And items on the community reports may be commented on in the same manner as the consent calendar and public hearing items. Written community comments are also encouraged and accepted by email on any topic to citycouncil@steamboatsprings.net. So up first in our community reports is First Impressions of Routt County presentation on the Early Childhood Strategic Investment Plan. So who wants to come on up, Kyle and Meg?
We're going to share. One clarifying question, the slides submitted, do we run those or how's that happening?
You do. If you have, do you have them on your computer?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, it's best to join the city council Zoom link and then just share your screen. And Josh is coming out to help you. Josh, go, Josh.
Standing by.
Mhm. We'll start, and we all just look away maybe for a second. Yeah. Well, it's just a swirling loading screen of doom. Okay, here we go. Yay. Okay.
Thank you, Josh.
Same ones from BCC.
No, I can send them.
Okay.
They're similar.
Mhm.
Hopefully we'll get there.
I would just go.
Okay. So, thank you. So we had the opportunity.
Can you just give us your name and what organization you represent and that little?
Record. Sorry, got a little carried away. My name's Kyle Blakely. I'm with Avant Strategies, and I am with my wife. We are consultants working with First Impressions on the effort to educate the community, the county,
about the early childhood education crisis in Routt County. And we're here tonight to, as you said, talk about the strategic investment plan, kind of give you an update on where we've been in the process and where we're headed. We did have an opportunity to speak with all of you, recently about this, just to give you kind of some background so that maybe tonight we'll kind of go through, you might see some things you've seen before. We'll go through those as, somewhat quickly in order to then maybe open up the discussion and let you ask some questions and go. Great. So again, just to kind of the first couple of slides, or first slide, I think is a little bit of a recap of some of what we explained. Because Routt Thrive by Five is a fairly new entity, it is a coalition of folks in the community and around the county that are committed to this issue and helping solve this issue and find a sustainable funding solution. And so you can kind of see how obviously First Impressions is within Routt County. Thrive by Five is connected to First Impressions, but has a little bit broader scope in terms of the folks involved. We have an executive committee of about 5 people, and then an advisory committee of about 15 people who are working on this right now. Again, the strategic investment plan goes into a lot of detail about the crisis, but one of the primary things is the lack of infant and toddler care in Routt County. And right now, for every 1 slot that's available in infant and toddler care, there's 7 infants that are competing for those spots. And so obviously that then has an impact on the local economy. And in terms of parents missing work, people leaving the workforce, people leaving the county. In all, it's about a $10 million a year economic impact throughout the county. The other thing that is a real issue related to this is just the cost of care, what it costs to provide it and what it's costing families to access it. And there is a gap there that is part of the problem. The entire early childhood education market, I guess, I don't even know if that's a fair word, it's a broken model right now because it's impossible to charge enough to cover the costs of the care and still get people to be able to afford that. So right now, households are spending 25 to 30% of their income in Routt County on childcare. The national benchmark is 7%. Our goal through the strategic investment plan is 14%. Still higher than the national benchmark, but trying to get it down. So the cost gap, you've got $15,000 to $22,000 that parents are actually paying for the care, but it costs between $25,000 and $35,000 per child to provide the care. So there are those gaps. And right now the providers are relying on grants and philanthropy to try and fill those gaps. But again, it's just not a sustainable model. So the solution, the strategic investment plan, actually, do you want to talk about this a little bit?
Sure. Meg Franges, Executive Director, First Impressions, Routt County. So the strategic investment plan, this has been a project we've been working on for multiple years now. It's kind of the culmination of everything that we have done in terms of a needs assessment, some cost modeling, and then some work into solutions. So looking at the entire system in Routt County, it would be about $17.5 million to fully fund a high quality early childhood system for all families that want to access it. Right now we have some of that covered, as you could see on the previous slide, through tuition and through grants and subsidies from the state and from some local dollars. But where we have a gap is $8.5 million annually. And where that would need to go would be into 3 buckets. The first one being capacity. Capacity is the physical space to provide care. This is what we're continuing to see go away, whether it's family child care homes or it's actual child care centers, closing their doors or reducing the space that they and the slots that they can offer, this is where we need to build this back up. And then the second would be access. Access in terms of affordability, getting families closer to 7% of their income, but also access in terms of the times that families need to work. We have a pretty big service industry here in our community, being a rural resort community, and we do not have any non-traditional care hours. So this would be some of the shift work from 4 to 10 or on the weekends. And this really wouldn't need to be built. This is something we could do with pilot programs, trying to access the already licensed childcare space that we have in our community, thinking about just, individuals who work in restaurants needing to make their money on a Saturday. We have a lot of families that work that way, that both parents are in the service industry. So the third bucket would be our people. And this is people in two senses. One being the workforce, the teachers, but people are also the children, who those are ultimately who's going to benefit from the strategic investment plan. So if we can invest dollars into livable wages for teachers, currently our early childhood professionals, almost 50% of them have second jobs. They're making about $3 less an hour than what would be considered a livable wage. If we could get them to see a career path in this, we could reduce some of the burnout and turnover, and we could keep really, really qualified individuals in this field, which in turn would have better outcomes for our children.
Few other communities around the state have started to solve this problem with public funding. Roaring Fork Valley, Aspen, from Aspen to Glenwood Springs, passed a 1/4 cent sales tax last November. It'll generate about $10 million a year. Eagle County has committed $8 million a year from their lodging tax to help solve this. San Miguel County has a tax, have for several years to help fund this. And Larimer County, again, different audience, different scenario really, but another 1/4 cent sales tax last November, and it'll generate 28 million. But you've got a lot of other places around the state that are also, Grand County has public funding going toward this. Summit County has public funding going toward this. I think La Plata County. So a lot of them have. So the flip side of this, I realized there's a lot of different things to consider relative to this. At some point, this becomes a competitive issue from community standpoint with other resort communities and other ski towns that are solving this problem. It will have an impact. Again, Routt County has lost more residents 25 to 44 years old than almost any other county in Colorado over the last few years. And this past year, from what I've seen, Routt County actually had a population drop this last year, which I think is for the first time overall, not just 25, 44, but an overall population drop, which several areas of Colorado have seen, partly because of overall affordability, of which early childcare is a big piece of that. So we're off on a 12-month public education campaign. We've done polling. We saw some real positive aspects from the polling, but not what we consider to be a slam dunk to go to the poll right now, go to the ballot right now. So we're going to do this education campaign. We've redeveloped the website. We're going to have a social media campaign. We've started a coalition building effort. In the first month, we've already made presentations to over 20 organizations here in the county. We're going to be hosting public meetings. We're going to be developing community events. Hopefully this fall, with the help of some statewide funders, a significant event here in Routt County, here probably in Steamboat. Colorado Mountain College has offered to host it. Gary Community Ventures is, and Move Colorado Forward have offered to partner with us to bring in speakers and panels to really talk about this issue and bring in people from the western part of the state. We've been developing collateral materials. We're working on an email newsletter, developing relationships with reporters so that when they report on this issue, that it actually has an impact. And starting in January of this year, before we get to our next round of polling, we're actually going to almost treat this like a political campaign and start to have outreach with voters who are likely to vote at the ballot as early as next year, like November of 2027, people who are likely to vote in that. We're going to be actively targeting those individuals for public education.
Mhm. And I will note on this too, we're actually hosting a community event next week on Thursday at Little Toots. And this is just for anyone with young children who wants to come and play and learn about the Thrive by Five, anyone who has experienced this. So parents of young children or even older children that want to come, we're going to be doing just some pizza and just a fun play night. So hopefully it'll be sunny and nice. So I'm just putting that out there.
And these are the organizations so far that have committed to be champions for this cause. The bottom level there, the bottom row, Buell Foundation and Gary are state organizations, and Children's Funding Project is a national organization that has been helping us with this effort so far. Again, a year from now when we come to you, I say I hope there's 12, 20 slides of logos there, people in the community that are behind this. Obviously, this is, we would love to have the city to be able to say, yes, we're on board as supporters of this effort, that we could list you with our others, use the website, any avenues that you have or opportunities that you have for us to communicate with residents about this issue. We'd love that opportunity. But also as individuals, which is the next slide.
Oh, sorry.
And you can sign up at Route Thrive by Five to be a supporter and continue to get information. Please connect us to people that you know who've gone through this. We're starting a series of videos. We're shooting 6 of them this week with individuals from around the county that are affected by this. We're going to be on social media. If you could follow and engage with that, talk to your friends and neighbors. If you'd host a coffee for us, we'd love that too, to bring in your neighbors, family, friends, anything, just to help us really start to put together and develop the grassroots piece of this. We feel like we've done a good job so far of grass tops. We really want to make this a grassroots effort at this point. And so any help that you guys might be able to give us, that would be greatly appreciated. So, thank you.
Well, thank you,
Yeah.
Kyle and Meg, for the presentation. What questions does council have?
Well, first of all, I applaud you guys for this effort of outreach. You're doing it differently than others have in the past. They, reached out to me. We met, we talked, and got this presentation even beforehand. It's just so that we can have an open dialogue and not just 15 minutes or 3 minutes. So I think that's a big start. I'm not sure where we go today with supporting that as a city of Steamboat. I think you're going to get a lot of support from all of us right now. But the way you're approaching this is, I think, very interesting. And I like, because on the back end of this, we know that this, if you were here earlier in the conversation with the ballot language, the ballot talk with the county commissioners about what is coming up down the horizon, asking for a lot of taxing mechanisms and property taxes and things like that. So getting in front of this right now, you may find that, maybe there's other ways of getting $8 million that work to the benefit of the whole community. So I'm curious to see your engagement, be familiar with your face over the next year, and see how we work together on this.
That's the goal.
Yep.
Right? I think you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
I have a question for you on, because, I've talked to you about, for example, the St. Louis project over there in Fraser. And for those who don't know or in the audience, they're building affordable housing, and on one floor of one building, it's a child care center that can handle up to 75 people. And then there's apartments on top of that, 3 or 4 stories. But so when we start thinking about, okay, let's always keep child care in mind when we're building new developments or affordable housing developments or whatever. And then I've talked to some people who say, well, what we really need to do is get more individuals in their home to open childcare facilities, because that's dropped to what, 2 or 3, or some really 4?
26.
Yeah, so that's kind of disappeared, and maybe it's because when people did it, their kids grew up and now they haven't been replaced. But I guess the question is, I know you're going to say, well, we got to do both, but where should the real priority be? Because obviously, if you put in 75 units somewhere, that's 75 or 75 kids who could go to. That's a lot different than trying to find 75 home or let's say 20 homes or whatever it is. So I'm just trying to understand there. How do you balance that out? Because it doesn't appear that the home environment with only 4 from 26 is really kind of slid off the map a little bit.
Well, I think that both of those models have very unique challenges. With a center-based model, building it is step one, and it's incredibly important to have that capital build. But the struggle for infant toddler care in a center-based model is the ongoing subsidy that that center would require year after year. I do believe in the St. Louis project, they have a more holistic age group that they're serving, where a preschool capacity could maybe offset the cost of the infant toddler care. Where our community does not need any more preschool, we need to preserve the preschool we have and fix our infant toddler so that we can continue to see enrollment in our preschools. So I think with a center-based model, it's that ongoing subsidy, because you can only have 5 infants in a room, and so it becomes very expensive when you're just doing infant toddler. For home-based care, I think it's just a shift in the types of homes that young families are accessing. It's a lot more difficult to provide family childcare home in a 2-bedroom, smaller unit. I know we don't all get to have the white picket fence dream anymore, and I think a lot of us are okay with that in terms of younger families. But thinking about having a family childcare home, the 26 we had back in the day were homes with yards. It made sense. It was workable. And so it's a licensing barrier, but again, it's that capacity. It would have to be a home that could make it work, because you have to also think about the health and well-being of that person who's going to be the owner operator. If they're living on top of their work, is that what's best for kids? Is that what's best for them? I don't know. So I think each has very unique challenges.
Thank you.
So, oh, sorry, did you go ahead? Okay. I like to put, you talked about only 1 of 7, infants, actually can find space. To put that in numbers, I think you told me it's around 270, infants in our valley. So that's a pretty big number. And then if you look at St. Louis project, which you walk in and you say, this is a huge space, and which is, we were kind of excited, but that's 75 spots for out of the 270. So it is I recognize that it is a big problem. So don't have any solutions here. I know that, we are looking at, that as like the Campbell project and adding childcare there as certainly something that the city is committed to. And, so that's one piece of the pie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great.
In terms of kind of thinking about what you just said, from the perspective of, we know that we have the most immediate need, right, is the infant, right, to toddler, and the fact that we are set on that older group. Do we have the opportunity or willingness to course correct? Right? I mean, it seems like, right, what we understand to be the best model, right, is that you have the 0 to 4 in the sense of, right, the ability to cover the cost, move the, subsidize potentially the infant care. Can we work our way out of that, do you think?
Yeah, so I think we've had some discussions about this, and, I think there was a time when the system was stabilized, where we had more infant toddler capacity. In our case, it was family childcare homes, and children would age into preschool, and preschool was good. Currently, all of our preschools do have availability. We have a surplus of preschool spots because we don't have infant toddler care. So the idea of maybe taking a preschool classroom and flipping it into an infant room, maybe, but would that just flip this problem? down the road. It's also costly to do something like that because licensing requirements for an infant room are very different than they are for a preschool room. And so, it's definitely something that comes up. But
It would still need to be
it
subsidized.
would still have to have that ongoing subsidy. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know if that would be the right solution for now, because we're going to need that preschool in 3 years when those babies are now 3.
You know, it's interesting, after I met with you guys and hearing about it now, it just came to my mind was, wouldn't it be good? Wouldn't it be good if we had, in part of your system going through this, a way that the teachers got paid free housing, great, we had people wanting to be childcare teachers. And so part of your subsidy as you're going through this and you're looking through that, I think that the community could get around, especially with building some projects that we have at the Campbell property and such. We've already knew that we were going to have some teacher housing above a childcare facility. But see how motivated that could be by giving free housing in the city of Steamboat Springs to any infant, toddler, school teacher or, preschool. And I mean, we have to be a little bit outside the box than the traditional because it's just, we're never going to meet that need. And we have an extremely generous community. And if we frame this right over the next 12 months, we could be very successful in some areas. And this is one that I think that if we can find a way to make it to where people are applying for a position that we can only take 7 because you've got 15 people applying for a caregiver position. What would it take to get to that point? And so, I mean, to me, I was trying to think about it outside of just providing a facility, because I think I was talking to someone earlier this week. We can build a facility all day and Sunday, and I don't think we have a problem for the infrastructure. I know you have some, but there's options. What there aren't options for is the school teachers to be able to have a childcare facility in this town. And how do we get that to be so attractive that it just makes it work for them? And part of that's going to be, I think, your outreach with public and some generous donors in this town that says, we're going to help sponsor 7 teachers in perpetuity, and here's a fund they put just for that. There's a lot of creative things. I know with Tim Woganet in the Community Foundation, there may be something that can happen with some vendors, people that will be willing to do that. But it's just an outside the box kind of idea. How do we make it to where we have people waiting in line to be a teacher for infant care? Wow, that would be a great solution.
Would.
You got my support.
So
Amy has a hand raised.
Oh, Amy.
Big hand.
Yeah.
Hi, Meg. Sorry I'm not there in person.
It's okay.
Okay. What I am hearing is that the biggest issue is operating expenses year over year. So yes, capital is one thing, finding providers is another, but those two don't matter unless you have operating subsidized year over year over year. I just want to make sure we're all clear.
Yes, you're hearing that correctly.
Yes. And this is in all 50 states. This is not just unique to Colorado or Route County or whatever. This problem is in all 50 states. There isn't affordable childcare in one state.
And I think that's why we're just continuing to see it crumble. We're losing family childcare homes. We're losing childcare providers, Little Lambs, Young Tracks, whatever the reasons may be, doors are closing and they're not opening. This is not like an attractive business model for someone to, I want to start a small business. It doesn't work that way anymore. I think maybe there was a time that it did. I don't know what time that was, but that's the way that it's been operating. It's like a free market system that the market can't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So I mentioned this to you last time when we met, that I have a neighbor a couple doors down from me who actually had an in-home childcare and was one of the people who backed out. She's still doing the lower down level, like you just have a couple, and the reason is because of all the code and regulations that she just could no longer keep up with. Most of these are coming from the U.S. Fed and state level, but is there anything that we could do at the city level to ease that portion, to open it up? Because if, a data point of one of saying, I just cannot keep up with all the regulations. And if you came, and she was saying, if I came in new, I now would have to have, sprinkler systems in my house. And so it's even more difficult now. So I guess the question is there anything from the city level that we could do to help that?
Yeah, this is such a complex question, and thank you for bringing it up. If something comes up, you can count on me to let you know. But right now, I think, to your point, I would hope that she has sprinkler systems, because a lot of these licensing requirements are there to keep kids safe, and there's a reason for them. So I understand that it is a heavy lift for our home child care providers. And First Impressions, our staff, Pamela, she's incredible. She has an entire roadmap to licensing, and we can hold anybody's hand who wants to become a licensed family child care provider. We have grants that you can access pretty much tomorrow. But I think what grants cannot get you is time, and that's where our providers are struggling. When you're a single provider in your own home, you're caring for kids 5 days a week, you don't have a lot of time. So we've tried to put in work to this, but we're still seeing that providers are not accessing the roadmap. And it's almost like, well, it's just easier to not. But that's not keeping kids safe. So it's a tough one for me, because I see why the rules and regs are there. And when I find one that we can fix, trust me, I will tell you. But to that point, we have a home provider in Steamboat. She's a level 5 on Colorado Shines. Her name is Lena Wingard. That's the highest quality you can be. She does it because she offers care 3 days a week and does admin on the other 2 days of the week. So she's got a system set up for herself where she's full all of the time. She's high quality, and she's made it work. So I think that's where maybe some small business coaching, how can we help them set hours or reserve time or provide a substitute to give them admin time? So we're still working on that.
Other questions? It amazes me that if you're spending 30-40% of your income on housing and another 20 to 30 on childcare, how anybody has any kids.
And that's,
I mean, seriously.
well, that's the birth rates down. I mean, all across the country, and that's a big part of it, is just overall affordability.
Okay. Any other thoughts from anyone? Well, thank you so much. I would like to draw everybody's attention to it, just, and because I don't want to just ignore, you said what we need from you is, yeah, we'll get to that. Your support, your logo, and your communicate with your residents. So I just throw that out there for everyone, if anybody has any thoughts or comments on that.
Yes, in my opinion, I'm on board to use our logo and have our support.
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
So what does that for our, so Meg, I support this 100%. I support you and all the work you're doing. For our support logo, I know you're still looking into what a potential ballot question would look like. And so is our support going to be assumed that we then support any ballot question you all come up with?
Right now, the support is for the cause, and the public education and the pursuit of a sustainable funding solution. Obviously, at some point in the future, if a ballot issue came about, if it was a countywide ballot issue, the commissioners would have to refer that. If it was a city, you guys would have to refer that. So you would have another opportunity to say, we disagree with the solution you've found. But again, for this to be successful, whatever we do, we really do, it needs to be something you guys support. So I'm hoping that that support would continue. But right now, it's just letting the residents know that this issue is important and we're pursuing a solution.
Okay, so to be more, I think we've talked about this, but to be more explicit, the specific conversation around the STR dollar. So that won't be coming up, and then people hearing you talk about it and then seeing the city supports it and thinking that we support the short-term rental tax.
Reallocation of.
Yeah.
Okay.
That,
I mean, I don't think that we're here asking for a referral for that.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't at this point be for the STR. I mean, I think our charge was to do some public research and ask the questions. We had an incredible gift to work with the Buell Foundation and Gary Community Ventures to do some really preliminary polling that we're now going to use as baseline data for this. So, I mean, we did poll that, and that's information for you all to discuss with yourselves and do with it what you want. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, I guess maybe just to follow up on Counselor Dixon's point, and no surprise, right? I mean, we, again, right, absolutely support the initiative, support the cause. So, you guys have done a tremendous amount of research, and anybody who hasn't had the opportunity, definitely take a look at the documentation of the Thrive by 5. Is that right? Right. In terms of just the information, the impact, all of that. I mean, there's a lot of critical information in there. And so certainly, like from my perspective, absolutely support the education, support the cause, support the need. We just, to the extent that, again, don't want to mislead anyone in terms of if the city's logo, my concern would be if the city's logo's on it, and once you start talking about particular funding mechanisms, that again has to come back to council for a discussion. So I don't know how we draw that bright line, would be my question to you. So in terms of how we would, just from a city perspective, if we were to put our logo on this, how do we draw that line that says, whether you've got a big old asterisk on it that says, well, what we, and maybe that's the case, right? The city supports the initiative, the city supports that, we understand the need, but we reserve our right to.
In some of the community groups, with some of the community groups that we've talked to so far, the issue of the polling has come up, and we've explained to them what we polled, but that STR is not an option. So from that standpoint, I think they understand that we researched that stuff, but they know that you guys aren't planning on doing that. So.
But I think it's even, just to be clear, just to clarify, I think it's broader than that, right? I mean, in terms of if you were to come back and ask for a sales tax, I mean, that's something that would have to come back to council for a decision in terms of whether we would weigh in or support it. So that's what I'm just looking for.
We're signing up to have that conversation. I mean, that's what the ask is we are committing to having that conversation no matter the funding source. We will have that conversation. We stand
Well, I
behind it.
agree, but I think once our logo goes on something,
I would say
I do think we need an asterisk.
Yeah, I would say that we're fully supportive of community engagement and broadening the conversation, but that our logo is not put on any advertising material that mentions a ballot initiative until it's brought back here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hear that we are on an path of education right now. It's
Right.
acknowledging and understanding the problem that we have.
As long as we have your assurance that this has nothing to do with a funding mechanism whatsoever, whatever that is.
You have that assurance.
And I think in that vein, clearly we're going to be part of the conversation with them. So Meg, first impressions, we've been supporting you for many, many years. We're not going to stop supporting you. And this is an avenue of which we want to participate in. How do we help you guys get sustainable funding, just like we look at that for our own city governance? And so it's always a challenge with the needs of the services of the community. But this one is definitely high on our list because we've talked about childcare for many years that I've been on council. This is the first time, Meg, that you guys have actually got a plan, and your community outreach in the next 18 months is going to be really dramatic. And so I think that with that, once we start seeing community support, it's going to make our job a lot easier helping you find that funding mechanism. Don't know what that is, but we're going to have to lean on the community to help us define that, as will you.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
What that solution is,
Don't know.
we'll need
Oh.
your support.
Amen.
And it could be a solution even broader than just your organization. So thinking creatively. Let's just see if there's any public comment on this. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to make a public comment? Please come down. Seeing no one, is there anybody online? Raise your hand. We'll close public comment.
I have one more question because I like to size things up. Like, okay, we're 270 short. You also said that we're 8.5 million, is needed to meet the funding models of getting down to 14% of your income. I know you have the number. What for a quarter percent sales tax for the county? What does that number bring you in?
It's about half.
It's a little less than half. I think
This is the county, not the city, the county.
We also pulled a 2 mil property tax and it was closer to 4 million. The quarter-cent sales tax was a little less than.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much
Thank you, guys.
for coming tonight.
Thanks for your time.
Okay. All right, next on our agenda is search and rescue update. Who do we have coming down tonight?
We have a
Looks like the entire search and rescue team is
we
coming
have a
down.
search and rescue party.
Not quite, right?
I know.
We found them.
We found them. They found us.
Please introduce your team or have the team introduce themselves. That would be great.
Good evening, folks. My name is Bobby Carlton. I am the team president for Routt County Search and Rescue.
Dan Emmert, treasurer.
John Williams, equipment director.
And Harry Sandler, training lead. And before we get going, we just need to be able to share our screen for the slides.
And you guys all get paid really, really well with search and rescue, right?
Big bucks.
Thank you and the community for all that.
Here comes Josh to the rescue. Your volunteers. I want everybody in the community to know who is up on our podium. Thank you guys tremendously.
Okay.
Seriously, you guys save lives.
Real quick, while we're getting going, who here recreates in the backcountry? Anybody?
You got some hands?
Hi, Amy.
Maybe we'll see you out there. Hopefully not.
No, right, exactly. The goal is not to, right? But we feel better knowing that you're there,
Things happen.
All right.
Twisting an ankle, it can happen.
right?
Be there to get you out.
There we go.
Oh my God, it worked.
How about this, sports fans? All right. All right, next slide. All right, so a little bit about Routt County Search and Rescue. We started in 1968 with a bunch of folks who got together to help each other get their snowmobiles unstuck in the backcountry. And that turned into something a little bit bigger than that. So we've been doing this for quite some time. We're, of course, a 501c3 nonprofit. We work under the jurisdiction of the Routt County Sheriff's Office. The best way to call us is 911 because dispatch puts us out there. We co-own the building at 911 Yampa Street with Steamboat Springs Area Fire Protection District, and we cohabitate the building with Steamboat Fire and Rescue. We cover an area that is pretty expansive. I mean, Routt County is what, 2,400 square miles? We also help neighboring counties. Rio Blanco and Garfield County, there's certain areas of the flat top that we can get to a lot quicker than they can. So we have a mutual agreement with them that will be there for them. Also up on Rabbit Ears, we have Jackson and Brown County. So all encompass is about 3,000 square miles. It's bigger than a couple of US states. So we cover quite a bit, quite an area.
All right. So backcountry search and rescue expertise, hopefully we bring to the table. So Routt County SAR brings many specialized skills unique to first responder agencies in the county. This includes backcountry access, technical ropes rescue, safe route finding. We can talk about that more later. Wilderness medical skills, patient packaging. Oh, excuse me. Yep, there you go. And transport, which is one of our biggest things. Due to the geography of Routt County, our operations are one of the more motorized in the state, turns out. In addition to our team, Routt County SAR can also quickly mobilize specialized local, state, and federal SAR resources, such as dog teams, SAR aircraft, and access to additional statewide personnel. Routt County SAR also works with Steamboat Springs Fire Rescue in support of our joint backcountry medic program. The value of volunteer service. If you take a look at the numbers on the slide, from a personnel perspective, the numbers above equal to 3 full-time paid employees. In actuality, Routt County SAR fields 35 all-volunteer rescuers that are trained, mission ready, and on call 24/7/365 days a year. Community education focusing on backcountry safety is also part of our mission. Incident types.
You want to stay close to that microphone. Try to stay
Yeah, I
close to the
gotta-
microphone.
I love to walk around. You know, we like to walk. That's kind of what we do, isn't it? The majority in incidents involve backcountry injuries and stuck disabled subjects with known and close to known locations in the backcountry. Technology has reduced the number of searches in the past 10 years, but let's be very clear. Location accuracy is not a guarantee. A SAR axiom we live by is that every backcountry rescue starts with a search. A small portion of backcountry missions do involve recoveries. Just as important, these missions bring the deceased back to their loved ones. The most recent example involving Routt County SAR was the recovery of 4 individuals killed in an aircraft crash on Emerald Mountain. Mission counts by activity. This is always an interesting one. Not surprisingly, subjects involved in incidents generally align with popular seasonal backcountry recreation activities. Fun fact, Routt County SAR assists more snowmobilers than any other SAR team in the state of Colorado. People like Buff Pass, it turns out. So missions per year. Note, if you see the kind of drop off in the last 3 years, reduced hunting licenses due to the harsh 22-23 winter is likely the cause of lower calls for service during 2023 and 2025. As you'll see shortly, a lot of our missions are involving hunters. They're one of our best customers. CPW expects to issue more hunting tags in the coming seasons as the herds rebound. And just for example, we've had 16 calls for service in 2026 so far. As you see in the next slide, we're building for our fall mission count. So monthly numbers and timing, the benefit of an all-volunteer organization is that we're able to adjust to varying call volumes and timings. As an example, we had no calls in the last 2 months. We're all kind of just ready to go. Versus last September, where we averaged a call every other day, just to give you a perspective. So as you can see, fall is one of our biggest periods.
So, based on the data we collect, this is probably closer to 33%, a third for each local visitor in state. So, you know, a lot of folks think, oh, it's all these out-of-state tourists. We're helping our residents. We're helping Coloradans. It's not just the sort of out-of-state tourists that sometimes end up in the news. So, we're going to dive into this a little bit further on the next couple slides. But the Steamboat area is a big driver of our calls. We are Routt County Search and Rescue, but you'll see here that Steamboat is a bit of a hot spot. You know, public lands lead and open space lead to a lot of calls. Not surprisingly, we do help out on private land as well occasionally. And like Bobby was saying, there's some spots here that are not in Routt County, but either in a fire district that's a Routt County Fire District, or just we can get to that location a lot faster. So the Flat Tops in Rio Blanco and Garfield County, or Rabbit Ears and Buff, Jackson and Grand County. And that's about over 60 of the calls in the last 5 years have been out-of-county assists. So what does that look like here in Steamboat? And so we use the Steamboat Springs Area Fire Protection District to kind of say the Steamboat area. And we're looking at, in the last 5 years, 174 incidents, which is over half of our call volume. And some of these we did respond with Steamboat Springs Fire Rescue for sure. And so this includes city property or city open space like Spring Creek, Emerald, but also just a lot of the sort of hot spots that people like to recreate here. So from north to south, we've got Mad Creek. There's a lot of equestrians, hikers, bikers, hunters in the fall, Buffalo Pass in the winter, snowmobiling, skiing, in the summer, biking, hiking, running. Spring Creek, obviously, with Spring Roll, a lot of biking, but also we know that trailhead's quite busy with hikers and dog walkers and whatnot. Fish Creek is probably one of our more common areas that we respond to, and that's both the Fish Creek hiking trail as well as Fish Creek Canyon in the winter, assisting with ski patrol, as well as sort of the general resort area. Emerald across the valley there, huge trail network, as you guys know. And then Rabbit Ears, we've got in the winter, both the cross-country skiers and the snowmobilers. This is really why our facility in downtown Steamboat is so important, is it allows for rapid centralized access for a significant portion of our call volume. Excuse me. So please don't take this as like anti-trail development or that these new trails have led to a big increase in calls, because they haven't. We just always encourage safe, responsible recreation no matter where it occurs. But the city's invested over $5 million in 2A funds to enhance local recreation opportunities. And so we're the safety net for those trail users. I just want to recognize that connection between an increase in backcountry use and the higher likelihood that people may need help from search and rescue.
Economic impact of outdoor recreation. You can, the very foundation of visitation to Steamboat Springs and our residents' satisfaction is rooted in outdoor recreation. We are a destination location that is sought out for its outdoor splendor and numerous outdoor recreational opportunities. There's strong year-round use in the backcountry in Routt County. Go back to that one. So according to the Colorado Tourism Office, and this goes back to 1997, travel impacts for Routt County add up to just a little over $1 billion from the outdoor recreation community. All right, brother.
All right, we have community support from a number of different avenues, as you know. The city, Routt County, and a large portion, this is over the past 20-some years, but an even larger portion now of our yearly expenses and revenue comes from grants and private donations. So a mixture of the three help us to be able to exist, educate, grow, replace equipment, and do everything we need to do within a given year. There's a chart here. As you know, it's challenging to plan everything you need from year to year. We have, there used to be so little money that there wasn't much to replace. And then there was hardly anybody on the team and there wasn't that many people to train. And over the past 10 years, we've been able to grow in a healthy way. Obviously things got a lot more expensive. You'll see those capital replacement spikes there. As you know, new vehicles are the big thing, rescue trucks, things like that. That'll make this year a $450,000 expense kind of year, which is way greater than any year we've ever had. Luckily that truck should last us a good long time, and we've been steadily replacing snowmobiles, ATVs, things like that, as you'll see over the past 7-8 years. Last year was a light year. We were able to just go without any major equipment replacements, and that was around $160,000 in expenses and upkeep, education, all of these things here that contribute to our there's that one, Mary. So yeah, some people ask us, why doesn't search and rescue charge? Couldn't you support yourselves if you just charge for rescues? Public service is for the greater good, just like fire and law. It's safer for the team, especially for the subjects, to call and for us to respond sooner rather than later. Things get very dangerous as storms get worse, as it gets later in the day and we're working at night, and the risk of everything we do changes. So charging for rescue doesn't really discourage the risky activity that people will partake in. It just discourages calling for help, which puts everybody else at a lot more risk.
So what's the future look like? We're really fortunate to have fairly robust community support. And we're a SAR resource for the 7 counties that border Routt County. Jackson County, Moffett County, not a lot of tax base. We are always there to help our neighbors out. That's just what we do in Northwest Colorado. But our goal is just to continue to modernize and invest in the team in order to provide the best service we can for both visitors and residents.
So why do we do what we do? We've got 29 men and 11 women that are dedicated to backcountry search and rescue and helping people in their sometimes worst day ever. This is what we do. I think that the best way to describe that to you is to give you just a little bit of a look into a mission that we had last year. We had a young man that was on a snowmobile that lost contact with this group and was stranded in the backcountry outside of Steamboat Lake overnight. And the overnight activities in the backcountry, it can be devastating. It can be deadly. And so the outcome was never guaranteed. My job on this particular mission was to go into Steamboat Lake State Park parking lot and be a radio relay between the field team and our incident commander. It just so happens that the family of the lost individual was also in the parking lot with me. It's a 25-year-old young man, and I had the father in front of me, an aunt, and several other people with his family in the parking lot. The mood was pretty heavy because we just didn't know what was going to happen. Well, Harry tracked this guy down, and the news came over the radio that the individual had been found, that our team was feeding him warm food, water, and providing him with dry clothes. So I, as the liaison at that point, was able to convey that to the family in the parking lot. And I tell you, the blanket of anxiety that had sat on that parking lot all morning long blew away like smoke in the wind. It was probably one of the most satisfying moments I've had with the team. And this is why we do what we do. We want to help people out. And the biggest thing is, let's bring people home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give you a hand for what you do.
Well, I could say I am a strong supporter of SAR. I donate to you every year, and I cannot believe what you do for little amount of funds, you know. But I did learn two things here. The first thing I learned is, you know, in your presentation is, you know, if you're going to go in the backcountry, the safest vehicle is a horse.
No?
Well, the least, like, it was the least number in the past 4 years. You had only.
You saw the other category. We have had multiple horse rescues, people falling with horses on top of them. So it's not a specific category, but it is definitely out there.
Yeah. The other thing I learned is I was giving our locals too much credit. But I do have one question though, and that is, as well as you do with your current funding, if someone dropped 100,000, or I don't know what the, you know, if someone is able to drop something on you, whether money or equipment, what would that be?
Dan?
What's your biggest need? You know, in addition, you know.
Can take the short-term answer on equipment, equipment director, a new truck, right? Which the community has actually graciously contributed the 300,000 plus we needed to get that truck. So that's going to be delivered sometime this summer. That's something we've been working on for the last couple.
That's replacing a 1999 F-350 that will do almost 30 miles an hour up hauling a trailer. Wow. Doesn't make for exactly expedient rescue. So that will be delivered sometime in June. And honestly, go ahead.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think two things is space. We know that's getting tight. And then we have a marketing fundraising committee that is really doing a ton of work to help us afford some of these capital expenses. But also some of that money helps with just team operations. And so I think if they cannot have to work as hard and we can get some more local support to just cover sort of the baseline. And then, hey, we need to work, we want to do this training that's expensive, or we need to replace some equipment. We still have the ability to fundraise as a nonprofit, but I think just sort of that baseline support would be helpful to take some of the pressure off them.
All right, thank you.
I got it. 160,000 a year is about what your average was, like in money, 160,000.
That's expenses without replacing any equipment whatsoever. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Help me understand. I'm stranded somewhere. I call 911. What do they do first? How come they don't call the fire department? How do they get to you?
Sometimes they do.
Understood.
We work really close with all our.
Let's say I'm in California Park.
Yeah. Depending on the time of year, the location, the conditions, if we can fly a helicopter up there, we work with Classic a lot. That might be the best. But we had a call, last one or 2 winters ago? Pretty serious lower body trauma with a snowmobiler in the middle of a snowstorm. And we worked with West Route Fire. They had a paramedic come up. We came in from Steamboat Lake as well with North Route Fire, brought this guy out. using our snowmobiles and road building and whatnot. And then he needed pain meds, Steamboat Fire also came up to help out with there. So it was a group effort. And so, yeah, the process varies, but typically we're going to get paged out sort of through Routt County Communications, our agreement with the county and the sheriff sort of say, hey, this is a backcountry search and rescue call. Go just direct to them. We've worked under Routt County Communications for as long as I've known the team to exist. There's some counties that the sheriff takes the call and then the sheriff starts sort of pushing buttons and directing traffic. And we're really fortunate that Sheriff Doug trusts us to get it done and says, you know, you guys are the experts and let us know how we can help if you need help.
What I find most in amazing is how much you guys get paid. I mean, with all due respect, we have a very robust fire district and a fire department and a police department in West Routt and a lot of places, and we have funding that is put out for all of this. Why are you guys still doing this? I mean, and I don't mean it in a negative way. What I'm saying is that we have, as a community, over the past since 1968, built our fire departments and our police departments with budgets. Okay, whether it's the sheriff office and everybody else. You guys seem to be the first call that even the fire department calls upon to go take care of these backcountry deals, right? And you still do it, and yet your funding is so low. And so, I mean, how come this hasn't, and this is more, I'm just asking the question, why haven't you been absorbed in one of the other departments that any one of the community governments have?
So the jurisdiction in this, most of the Mountain West, in the state of Colorado for sure, the jurisdiction for search and rescue is the sheriff. So we fall under the sheriff's jurisdiction, and he's essentially our boss. We get county workers' comp when we're at training or on a mission. So, you know, we are covered. We are a county organization. The sheriff is the one that has to provide search and rescue services. Similarly, like he's the one that's the wildland fire warden. But often it's like, well, you're firefighters. You guys are the experts at this. How can I help you? But, you know, you guys go fight the fire. Same thing with search and rescue. They, you know, don't have a ton of staff and funding as well. They're busy doing law enforcement stuff. And so they rely on us to go help people out in the woods.
But that's the key. You just said it. They rely on you guys, a volunteer group of experts, that they say, this is in your field, not ours. Please go find this guy. Call us if you need anything. You know what I mean? If we stop and think about that, it's absolutely amazing how much without SAR, what would our community be like?
I mean, a lot of
dead people.
Personal decision for all of us. And so I think you'll get a different answer depending on who you talk to. But there's been a culture in the backcountry. You think of mountaineers stopping on Everest to save people that aborts their entire mission. This is something that was born maybe thousands of years ago, humans helping humans, right? And so that culture exists today in the form of search and rescue, if you look at an agency in Colorado. And I think its foundations were hundreds of years ago, but it's this tight group of individuals that are recreating in the backcountry that have a responsibility to save. I mean, you might see this in between mariners, right? The same kind of behavior.
Good point.
They don't have to, but it's kind of the law to go save someone in distress.
Yeah.
So that kind of builds the foundation of, I think, why a lot of us do this. We love to recreate in the backcountry. There's not one of us on the team that probably wouldn't be rescued at some point in our life by someone who hasn't already been. And I personally want to know the name of my rescue, right? But I think that's, for me, one of the reasons I do it, is that I appreciate being in the backcountry. I love being in the backcountry, and I know things can go wrong, and I might have to assist someone right next to me that had a bad day. So that's
So you guys are here today, and I appreciate you guys are here today. What more can we do that you're not already getting from this community? I mean, if you really think of the deficiencies of $160,000 in operating expenses, we make decisions, that's a, I don't want to say a decimal point, but it's not a huge amount when it comes to a lot of things. What can we make sure the public knows that when they dial 911, it's you? And how could we help? What can we do?
Yeah, that's a big thing that, we have been realizing is that we're busy training, right? And we're busy responding and we're busy with our lives as well, but we were lacking in letting people know what we do or what we need and what really goes on behind the scenes, so we've been trying to step up and, we don't like to run around with our hand out. We don't do it at all our events. We don't want to constantly be asking for money. You know what I mean? It's just not in our nature, but it is important to share what we do and how we train and what goes into the level of training and expertise, and not just in medical, but in so many capacities, that we're trying to do better at that. And so, yeah, we'll let you know. We just did the
And that's,
City
I applaud
101,
you guys for getting out there. Go to Rotary, go to the chamber, do something, do this again, not just to us. Because, we often there's things that you're doing that people just need to know, that it's not just calling 911 and fire department shows up, the police department shows up. We got search and rescue, which are a bunch of guys volunteering.
Councilor Pacino, I don't know if you remember, but at our budget meeting last year, search and rescue came up. And we were kind of like, well, what would they do with it if there was more money or whatnot? And we really couldn't answer the question, quite frankly. And I feel that, I know a lot more about you after today than I certainly knew back then.
Amen.
Well, you have. And we all appreciate all of you.
Same to you. Thank you all.
So, and tell that to your entire team too, but I'm sure there's another question.
I'll just ask a quick question again. Yeah, an immense gratitude for all that you all do, because we know there's a lot and you're putting your lives at risk as well in terms of getting out there. So absolutely appreciate that. Tom, can they apply for the community support?
Yes. I don't know if they are part of the community support process. They're not, but they could be part of that as a 501c3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't recall ever seeing you all being part of that or putting in an application. So maybe that's something that staff could follow up with you all on in terms of what the process would be. We have the
We're giving them some funding, but what avenue is that?
We gave it.
The city gave them
General
some
fund.
funding last year.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
correct, but not through the community support.
Yeah, not through the community support. So we've got a mechanism to support community organizations that basically provide additional support to our community that is not necessarily handled through city operations. So maybe who should they follow up with? You, Kelly?
I'll reach out to Harry. He and I have been communicating, so I'll reach out to him and we'll connect on that.
Great.
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you guys. You guys are awesome.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. While you're still here, I'm just going to ask if there's any public comment. Is there anybody here who would like to make a public comment tonight? You're smiling back there. I know.
They're all.
I know she's not going to come down, but that's okay. And I
One
don't see
question about
anybody
the budget.
online
What do
either.
they do that they need so much rescuing?
You
They
combine
shooting each
coming
other?
in from out of state. You combine ATVs, horses, being off trail in the backcountry. There's definitely not any drinking. Then you got knives, guns, arrows. I mean, what could go wrong?
So it was the obvious.
Notice.
Said humans.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
again, guys, for your time and great job.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bet.
Thank you.
You bet. And I'm closing public comment. All right, we're going to move on, and I think we're going to move on to the consent calendar, and then, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll come back to staff reports after that. We finished the rest. Are you okay doing it that way?
That's up to you. Yeah.
You guys okay with that? Yep. Okay.
I might just ask about the parkland
Well, let's
acquisition.
ask about, where is,
Angela, just because I know they had some other people that were maybe going to
have other
participate.
people? don't see anybody here. Anything.
Good evening, Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. Yeah, Commissioner Glenn Davis, who's also representing the Whistler neighborhood, will be joining for one slide, but I also told him I'd give him a heads up. So please just continue on with your agenda, and as we're getting close, I'll let him know and he'll join us via Zoom.
Well, what's his bedtime?
It's actually his kid's bedtime, and at this point, I'm guessing he'd rather put the kiddo down and join us later.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
And Sarah's okay? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar may be reviewed, commented upon in the same manner as other agenda items. Any member of council or the public may request withdrawal of any item from the consent calendar for further discussion at any time prior to approval. If items are not removed, they may be approved with a single motion. I will read items 10 and 11. There's only 2 items on the consent calendar, and then I'll ask the question if you want any one of those pulled, and then we'll ask also the people in the audience and online if they want to pull either item. So number 10 is the first reading of an ordinance vacating a portion of utility and drainage easements located on lots 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 58, and 59. The Glen subdivision, PL 202-50402. And item 11 is the first reading of an ordinance, which is the 4th supplemental budget appropriation ordinance of 2026. Does anyone want to pull either item 10 or item 11? Okay, hearing none, I will ask, is there anybody in the room who would like to pull item 10 or 11? See no one. Is there anyone online? Please raise your hand if you want to pull item 10 or 11. Seeing no one, I will ask for a motion to approve items number 10 and 11.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Swintek, second by Counselor Gary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0, or 7-0, right, Amy? You were an aye? Okay, thank you. All right, we're going on to next item, which is public hearings, motions, resolutions, and ordinances. We'll read each item into the record. Public comment will be provided for each item. Item 12 is second reading of an ordinance vacating a portion of a utility easement located on lots 1 and 2 Overlook Drive subdivision, PL 202-60050. And is that you, Rebecca? So this is the second reading of an ordinance.
Second reading of an ordinance, Rebecca Bessie, Planning Director. I'll just give you a quick overview. As the title indicated, this is a request to vacate a portion of a 20-foot existing utility easement along common lot lines of lots 1 and 2 of the Overlook Drive subdivision. The purpose is to accommodate a driveway and retaining wall for a new residential development on Lot 1. Several recent development applications have prepared this lot for development. There are existing utilities that will not be affected by the proposed vacation. All affected utility providers have reviewed and approved the proposal, and there has been no public comment on this application.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Rebecca? Okay, if not, I'll ask for public comment. Is there anybody in the room who'd like to make public comment? Seeing none, we'll ask, is there anyone online? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council for deliberations and or motion.
I will move approval of agenda item 12.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Gary, second by Counselor Barnes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. We'll move on to item 13. It's a second reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 26 of the Steamboat Springs Revised Municipal Code by replacing Section 402 and amending Articles 2, 3, 4, and 8, and the appendices to update the landscape code for water conservation, wildfire resiliency, and minimum requirements. PL 202-50313. That's Bob, and this is again second reading of the ordinance. Do you want a brief overview from Bob?
Read it twice.
Read it twice.
It's in 2 packets. We're good.
Any questions for Bob? Okay, thank you, Bob. We'll ask, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to make a public comment? Please come down. Seeing no one. Anyone online, please raise your hand. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council for deliberations and/or a motion.
I motion to approve agenda item 13.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Augusta,
Second.
second by Councilor Gary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilor Swintek opposed. Okay, item 14, second reading of an ordinance rezoning property located within Hilltop Resort Condominiums Parcel 1, City of Steamboat Springs, County of Routes, State of Colorado, from multifamily residential MF1 to a custom PUD zone district described and depicted in Exhibit A for the Hilltop Resort PUD PL 202503898. This is again the second reading. Hi, Kelly.
Good evening.
Anybody want an overview from Kelly or have any questions?
No questions.
This is easy tonight, isn't it?
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to make public comment? Seeing none, we'll turn to online. Is there anybody online? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, are there any is there anybody, are these, would you like to make a comment?
Evening, Council. Alex Smith, President of Vanco Hospitality. Thank you for your time. I'm here for questions and answers, however I can help.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any questions, do we? Okay, we'll bring it back to council for deliberations and/or motion.
Motion to approve agenda item 14.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Augusta, second by Councilor Geary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 6-1. Councilor Swintek opposed. Okay,
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here.
yeah.
Good luck with the hotel. That road maintained.
Okay, item 15, a resolution upholding the planning director's decision of legal non-conforming use abandonment related to PL 202-20525 and denying the associate appeal, PL 202-60055. Rebecca.
Can I request screen share permission?
Yes.
Vacation trips? Pictures from vacation? What do you-
Okay, I'll be pretty brief. You've seen some of this presentation a few times before. This is an appeal of a decision regarding legal nonconforming use abandonment related to a short-term rental property. This property is located in Overlay Zone C, that's the prohibited or red zone. And as you know, we do confirm legal nonconforming status and review for potential abandonment or any other termination through the short-term rental license and annual renewal process. The relevant code section is 103D, which states that intermittent legal nonconforming uses such as short-term rentals have terminate upon abandonment or discontinuance of the use for a period of 12 consecutive months, regardless of any intent to resume operation of the use. So the timeline for this particular circumstance and property is such that the property was registered as legally nonconforming as a short-term rental in January of 2022. The prior property owner received a short-term rental license on June 15th of 2023, and they then subsequently renewed that license in June of 2024. The last documented short-term rental stay that we are aware of occurred in 2024, ended on October 19th of that year. The current property owner purchased the property on January 17th of 2025. They received their short-term rental license on March 6th of 2025. And they did not conduct a short-term rental stay until December 3rd of 2025. So you can see that there's more than a 12 consecutive month period between August 19, 2024 and December 3rd of 2025. So that, as I mentioned, the relevant code section lays out the legal nonconforming abandonment period as any consecutive 12-month period. In accordance with that section 103D, the legal nonconforming use was abandoned as it had been discontinued for more than 12 months. And our determination is that the legal nonconforming status of this property terminated on August 19th of 2025. Planning Commission heard this appeal at their April 23rd meeting and unanimously recommended denial of the appeal and upholding the original decision regarding abandonment. I am happy to answer any questions for you. I do not see anyone online that looks like the appellant, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know that they are present.
What documentation did the appellant receive on March 6th of 2025 when their license issued?
They received an approval letter with their license. That was after they provided documentation of the prior listing report. They were asked for that documentation and provided it. So we were able to issue a license to them in March of last year.
And so are they notified at that time that they would have to rent that property before August 19th?
We were not specific about a date to them. I'm happy to talk a little bit more about why we don't do that, because that was a question that came up at Planning Commission as well, if you'd like me to elaborate.
Please.
Okay, so I know in a prior appeal, there was really explicit, you saw in our approval letter that transmitted the license, we were very explicit about a specific date. And the reason for that is because it was a matter of like less than a week, I think. And we knew that that was a really tight time frame. It would be very confusing to issue a license that we knew ahead of time had the potential to expire within a matter of days. In this case, they were issued a license in March. It was not a close time frame. We understood that they had the intention to go ahead and use the license. We had previously asked for the information, the prior booking. We understood that they were aware of the 12-month time frame. And the reason why we don't, in most circumstances, want to issue a letter with a specific date is because that date can change daily. So when we're reviewing a license application, we really don't know. There could be a stay that very day that we issue that license. And so for staff to put that burden on staff to verify up to the minute before we can write an approval letter, I feel like there's a lot of room for error there, and that puts that burden entirely on staff to communicate and ensure that that is accurate as of the approval letter issuance. So in this case, there seemed like there was plenty of time to conduct a short-term rental. And so we didn't give a specific date.
Is it possible, I mean, it seems like a couple of these appellants came because there was a purchase of the property, which they probably bought at a premium because they had a short-term rental license, and yet a failure for the new owner to understand the rules of engagement. Is there any way that we could change our policy that would start the 12-month clock? I mean, clearly in August of 2024 was the last documented stay, and then it was actually bought by someone in January. Is there any avenue that we could start, when the new property is sold, to when you gave a new license on March 6th, could they not have a clock start on March 6th for the new license, not fulfilling the old license 12 months? So it seems like there's been a couple of occurrences where that has been a problem. And when you do give a license, it may be, and I'm just saying the assumption that they have 12 months from that date. Is there an avenue for us to change that policy?
That, I mean, I'm going to interrupt, right? I mean, it's 10 of 9. That is a policy debate, right? Which is not part of this appeal, right?
Can I ask a question?
Well, it's 10 of 9 and we have more issues to go. So, I mean,
Yeah.
do you want to get into
It's
this debate?
agenda item 15 and it's only 10 of 9.
Oh, no, we have to go back to the ones that we skipped.
We have a couple more.
So,
Okay.
I was gonna say, do you want to get into this discussion tonight?
Guys, without getting into a big debate about this, it is a policy issue. We're not going to resolve it tonight. Gail, I mean, Rebecca, I'm fine if you answer yes or no to Michael, though.
I don't know
And then
that I
we'll
can
move
answer
on.
with a yes or no. I think it is a policy decision. It would not be a simple fix. It would drastically change the policy. I would just, there's one comment that you made leading up to the question that I think I would like to address if I can. I don't know that it's necessarily accurate to say that a new owner isn't aware of the policy. So there are no, for legal nonconforming STRs, there's no one that can get a new license today or renew an existing license without having to provide prior documentation of bookings. So it's not that they come in, they just get a license and there's no information shared. We will not issue that license until they provide us with the prior booking. So there are discussions that occur for every one of those about that 12-month time period.
And is there, in this appellant case, did they have any remodeling that was done in that condo that would have kept it from being rented?
That question was asked at Planning Commission. They answered it, I believe, and it should be in your minutes. I believe the appellant's answer was that there was some cleaning and some minor painting work.
And I'm talking gutting, a remodel.
But to be clear, there are not, there's not an exception for major remodels either, but that question was asked directly of the appellant, and she did answer that in the Planning Commission meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that is in our packet as well, that comment. I just had one kind of just weird question. Well, not weird, but if I got a license on March 1st and I sold the property to somebody else the following February 1st, and that person then has the month of February to renew that license if it hasn't been rented, or no?
Maybe, but probably no. So a new owner doesn't renew a license. A new owner applies for a new license.
Okay,
Licenses do
applies for
not
the new
transfer.
license, yeah.
Their ability to obtain a license doesn't depend on when you as the prior owner got your license. It depends on when you as the prior owner last used the property as a short-term rental.
Okay, so you as the new owner must know the last time that property was rented.
Correct. And we have a lot of information out there, and we advise realtors and potential buyers all the time that when they're interested in a property, ask for the booking reports.
And I would say that if you're renting in the red zone especially, and you're buying a property, you'd probably ask the question or see the records of what kind of rentals.
Well, the new owner has to provide the documentation of the last rent.
Correct.
They're cognizantly aware of when that was rented last.
And in this particular case, the appellant indicated that the prior owner chose to stop renting in August because they wanted to make it easier to show the property. So there was a series of choices here by the prior owner and the new owner who chose not to engage in short-term rentals quickly in order to paint. So I think that there's some choices that were made here in this situation that resulted in abandonment of the use.
Well, we're clearly getting more and more examples of failures from people that would affect their property. So hopefully they'll start being more aware, the realtors in this.
Do we have any other questions for Rebecca?
Yeah, I just jump in real quick. Rebecca, remind us how many short-term rentals we have across the city for STR.
I should have the exact number, but I am really bad at numbers. So I'm going to say it's like 23 to 2,400.
Yeah, it's over 2,000. And is this a systemic problem that you're seeing? Or are you just seeing one-offs where folks, like this example, did not rent, versus seeing a systemic problem with our policy?
I don't think what we're seeing is unexpected. So I just want to clarify, we have probably between, like I said, 23 to 2,400 short-term rentals, but they're not all legally non-conforming. So there's a much smaller number that falls within the legal non-conforming category. And I think we knew, like, a legal non-conforming use is allowed to continue under that status as long as they continue the use. I think that it's expected that over time you see some of these go away. So I don't think we're seeing it at any sort of alarming trend. I think certainly we may even be seeing fewer in some circumstances because I think people understand the rules a little bit better. I think the ones that we see sometimes go away are those that are not really being used on a regular basis as a short-term rental.
Okay.
And just last thing, if you can add in your city manager report, maybe a little bit later, how successful we are with getting us down to the caps. I know that I have no idea in 4 years what we've done with the caps, but we established caps in the yellow zone, and it seems like we've had a lot drop off or not renew. It would be nice to at least have that information to council and just add it on a quarterly basis or something like that of successes. You know, if we're down to those areas where I think Sunlight was the one that actually ended up having a lottery draw for some of their short-term rental licenses, about the only one neighborhood. But thank you.
Okay.
I have a question for a policy question. So basically, if
Careful.
no, careful, no. If we wanted to do a policy change, what's the process to bring that
Talk about
to
it
the
in
agenda?
December.
Yeah.
You talk about it.
One of our retreats.
Okay.
At the December budget retreat
Okay.
we put that on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions for Rebecca? Okay, let's open it up to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to make a public comment? Please come down. Seeing none. Is there anybody online who wants to make a public comment? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, bring it back to council for deliberations and/or a motion.
I just want to highlight, because there's a lot of commentary in the planning commission notes that I feel like we're trying to speak directly to council. So I just want to make it clear, there is no leniency in this. That was the reason it was structured this way intentionally, not to create any level of grace. The point was to make sure that the neighborhoods were preserved in the red zone. And that's why there's no way to cure this, that when you break the rule, it's gone. And that was by design.
Good point.
Yeah, thank you for making that
Yes.
point.
Great point. I agree. And yet we're the body that can change some of the rules of engagement if we find that we need to.
Okay.
So move to deny agenda item 15 and uphold the planning director's decision.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Switek to withhold the denial of the appeal.
To uphold. Did you say
Second.
Uphold.
Yeah, uphold.
I'll second it.
Second by Councilor Gary, third by Councilor Barnes. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Did you say third by council?
No, I didn't mean to. But they both said it at the same time. So it's this the second by Councilor Gary, please. It's getting late. I was trying
Our
to
city manager.
humorous thing. Do we have any attorney's report tonight?
No report.
No report. Okay, before we head back, let's finish up here with old business. We have minutes from a bunch of interviews and applications for various boards. I assume everybody looked over those and saw who was appointed to these various boards. Are there any questions?
think only a point of clarification that the actual, that'll come back to council as part of a resolution in terms of approving the potential appointees.
Right. If not, I will take a motion to approve minutes 17A through 17E.
So moved, move the minutes
Okay. we have
17A, B, C, D, E.
Second.
Motion by Council Gary, second by Council Pacino. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, we are going to move backwards now, and we're going to move to staff reports number 7, and we'll start with Tom, the city manager report.
All right, thank you, Council President. I will make my manager's report significantly shorter than I was going to, but there are a few things that I would like to highlight. The first being that just a reminder that the city did release its RFQ, or request for qualifications, for a financial services partner to support their Affordable Housing Fund rolling solicitation program. We did receive those statements of qualifications, and the interviews were conducted, and we did choose a vendor, and that was approved. The budget for that was approved tonight in your supplemental budget appropriation. So that is moving forward, and I'm glad to get that moving forward for those that STR rolling solicitation. We continue to review through the housing affordable, the ad hoc committee to look at STR requests. And so there are a number of projects listed in there that we continue to look at. So there's continues to be interest, I guess is the point of that. Good news, I think you all have seen this, that the Historic Preservation Commission locally designated the Howson Hill Rodeo Grounds, the Steamboat Springs Pro Rodeo Series, and Brent Romick Arena as a local landmark to the Steamboat Springs Register for Historic Places. The city-owned property met 2 of the 3 eligibility criteria for historic resource, historical importance and geographic importance, as well as the additional criteria for a local landmark, the city's highest local designation. So I think that's a really, really important milestone for that venue, given the importance of that to our cultural history. And I just think that's a really important point to highlight. So kudos to the entire team and to the Parks and Rec Board and everybody that participated in that. The city did receive notice from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation that the award of $5 million for the Yampa River Walton Creek Confluence Restoration Project will not be executed. All selected proposals for the Upper Basin Environmental Drought Mitigation Funding Opportunity authorized under the Inflation Reduction Act were reevaluated, and it was not found to be fully aligned with current priorities. So very disappointed about that, but we will continue to look for all and any opportunities to fund that really, really important project for the city. I did want to say the staff completed a draft of scope of work for the next phase of the stormwater utility project, a management plan and a community engagement plan, and we're working with the FCS consultant team on finalizing that. So that continues to move forward. A couple of things that were not in the report. The city was informed by DOLA on May 15th that the city's expedited review process meets the state requirements. So additionally, the state transmitted a finding of full compliance with Proposition 123 commitments the city made for the current cycle of 24 through 26. So that means that the city of Steamboat Springs can file a new commitment later in 26, and projects located in the city will remain eligible for Prop 123 funding over the next 3-year cycle, which is 27 through 29. So good news, and a shout out particularly to Brad for all his work on that. And then finally, we've got a really exciting event coming up on May 28th. We are inviting the community to gather at the Civic Plaza to celebrate and recognize the Ute heritage of the Yampa Valley by an official dedication of the Northern Ute Bear Dancers sculpture by world-renowned Southern Ute artist Orland Joe Sr. The evening, centered around the traditional bear dance, will be followed by a community potluck at the depot. And later, I will circulate to you the proclamation, which will be read at the ceremony by Council President Montine. Although the sculpture dedication and bear dance celebration is a one-day event, we hope that it opens the door to knowledge sharing, intentional consultation, and the trust building to strengthen government-to-government relations between the city of Steamboat Springs and the 3 Ute tribal nations. And this is just the beginning of that relationship. So really important event. Inviting all of you in the community to attend that. We're really excited about that. And that concludes my report.
Okay. Questions for Tom?
Yes, I was curious. You want to elaborate on who actually won the financial service contract?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I don't remember the name of the firm.
Are they local?
It's some sort of acronym. Chai, that's right. Kind of like the coffee, spelled just like it, chai.
Not local.
Not, sorry.
Good answer.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
Yes, not a local firm.
And you're not a chai tea drinker.
I have drinking chai.
Oh.
And then the second question would be, as you said, unfortunate about the confluence of the Yampa River and the Walton Creek restoration project. Any other, are we pursuing potential other funding sources?
I really don't know. I mean, I'm sure we are. That's a really, really important project, and we'll continue to look at any opportunities. It's a big project, so it'll be probably multiple sources of funding if we find any. So,
all right, thank you.
We'll keep you updated on that.
Okay. If that's all, we'll turn it over to Sarah to talk about first quarter financial update.
Sarah's coming down and setting up. The URAC interviews, I thought is that not being approved today?
There's just the minutes
No.
that went through there.
Okay.
And as we go into the financial one, I just wanted to add something that we did miss on the supplemental because we just kind of blew through the consent agenda. I don't know who I want to thank, but our staff, the CEO Impact Acceleration Grant. Oh my gosh, there was 5 different CEO impact grants that were well over $2 million. And so we didn't give kudos to the fact that our staff worked to get some serious money that we are, I mean, it blew over. But my gosh, the community needs to realize how much money we got from grants. So who's in that department that just make sure they know.
Team effort, so.
They just let them know that it is not gone by the wayside. I circled that and highlighted that, and I just wanted to kind of get it through. But my gosh, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Pacino, for raising that.
Yep.
All right, Sarah Briones, Deputy Finance Director. So tonight I'll be sharing the Q1 2026 financial update, more of a high-level summary that's focusing on the general fund revenues, expenditures, and then a brief look at personnel costs through the first quarter. So I'll go ahead and get started here. All right. So this, to begin, this first slide provides, again, a high-level snapshot of where we landed at the end of the first quarter. So general fund revenue came in just over $19 million. General fund expenditures were a little above the 13 million, both compared against or next to the annual budget of 67 million. As we move on, total revenue of a little over 19 million received at the end of the first quarter was almost 29% of the $67 million budget. So 47.6 million left to bring in over the next 9 months. This 29% of the annual budget puts us slightly ahead of a simple or basic 25% quarterly benchmark, although a little bit tricky to compare, being that we usually make a lot of our revenue within the first quarter. Just high level, as expected, 13 million, over 13, almost 14 million in sales tax revenue. Charges for services includes things like EV charging, special duty fees, as you would expect, ski passes, lift tickets, things like that. And then the other voluntary assessment that you see a little bit below that, that's related to the ski area's contribution towards the city.
Next, I'll talk briefly about sales, use accommodations, and short-term rental taxes. I would like to note that this report was put together before it was still the preliminary numbers, so some of these may vary slightly from what was published with last Friday's report, but it's minor changes there. For example, sales tax for Q1 ended up about $808,000 down from the same period last year, compared to the 811 or almost 812 that you're seeing here. Minor, but we'll take that extra 3,000 or 3 or 4,000. So this was a sales tax revenue decline of a little over 5.5% from Q1 2025. With that, use tax was down over 51%. Accommodations tax was down over 7.5%. And then as we turn to the short-term rental tax, this slide here shows a life-to-date sort of picture of the revenue and expenditure activity related to the short-term rental tax fund. So short-term rental tax was down nearly $753,000 from last year. Even with this decline, though, I think it's important to note that we are still projecting an ending fund balance somewhere between $28 to $35 million. And that is including the major plan commitments such as the Campbell property purchase, the deed restriction pilot program, Cottonwoods at Mid-Valley, Lofts at Base Camp, so on and so forth. So again, planning to have an ending fund balance between 28 and 35 million at the end of 26. With that, council also, you all have additional ideas about the STR, future project considerations for STR funds. So we'll probably be hearing more about those in the coming months. This next slide, we're going to shift a little bit to expenditures. And this, again, is just a high-level picture of where we landed with expenditures by department after the first quarter. As I move on to the following slide, this is just a different picture. I'm not going to go into much on this. I'll just hold it here for a brief period. Basically, this is just another way to look at the expenditures by the cost center or spend category versus by department. I think it's important to note that the total expenditures at the end of the first quarter, only 19.4% of the annual budget was used. So we still have about $54 million or over $54 million to get us through the next 3 quarters. As I move on to the following slide, I just wanted to touch briefly on personnel and again point out that 19.6% of the annual budget was used. We did have several vacancies in the first quarter. Staff is also being very cognizant of the revenue that we're bringing in and the shortage that we've seen so far. So we have delayed some of the hiring. We're really assessing full-time FTEs that we were approved with the 2026 budget. So we're paying close attention to that. And then there are also seasonal factors that play into this personnel. And then for the second to last slide, I just wanted to clarify that most of these bullet points are not necessarily formal staff recommendations, but rather guiding thoughts and just potential objectives. So with that, our team will continue to monitor revenue projections closely, tighten spending where appropriate, prioritize careful use of reserves rather than reductions to community services, and we're committed to staying proactive, steady, and measured while we go through this process. So with 3 quarters still ahead of us, we'll continue to move forward confidently and adjust thoughtfully as conditions evolve. So And then with that, I'll just pause here and ask if council has any questions, directions, or next steps that you'd like us to consider at this time.
The only one that I had was, and thank you, first of all, great report, love seeing it. Kim, thank you for guiding us fiscally going through forward in this. The one question that I had through your presentation that I couldn't get answered in any of your graphs was, in my mind, I was looking at that 19% and how that's under the 25%, kind of a big picture. Makes me feel real good. Probably you too. But how does that relate to previous years? So are we at 19, because we know December and can be heavy years of expenses and money revenue. But when I looked at 19% and you're just using the 25% on average because we're quarter by quarter, is that fall in line? I mean, 19% about right? I mean, or is it above? You should be below because we've had low sales tax.
So that's a great question, and I would say below. I mean, just I can do the analysis and get back to you with a more definitive number on that. But for example, in 25, we had 14.7 million of sales tax revenue at the end of the first quarter versus 13.9. So, I mean, right there, there's less.
My comfort came into your 25%. That was just kind of big picture, fits below that, and it was good. But it was more of a curiosity.
Yeah, and I think that's why I tried to state like the 25% is like a simple benchmark, basic benchmark. Again, I don't know if it's super relevant for our seasonal ski season type community, but I did feel good when putting this together that, our revenues, even though lower than we had hoped at this point, are still 29%, and our expenditures are still 19.4 to 19.6. So I still felt at least cautiously optimistic and comfortable with those numbers.
Other than that, great report. Thank
I'd like to add on to what Michael's saying. I would love to see when you have quarter one or next time, 6 months, quarter one, 2026 actual, I love to compare it to quarter one, 2025 actual. And not just in total dollars or total revenue, but in percentages, because that's very helpful to me. If we're saying that revenues, at 28% and expenses are at 19, well, how does that compare to previous years and whatnot? So if we could just add, a little more information that compares year to date this year versus year to date last year.
Absolutely. And the funny that you say that, because I actually started with doing 25 side by side with 2026. And then it was just sort of my first time and kind of redesigning some of this.
okay.
So I'll definitely do it for the next.
I mean, I'm cool. And especially when, the budget is pretty close, it's almost flat, so the numbers would be interesting.
Yes, that will be easy. And I'm happy to do that.
And that was my same question too. So yeah, so having that comparison, and that's the only question I had too.
Any other questions for Sarah?
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we'll just ask for public comment real quickly. Oh, no, we don't. Do we have to? Staff reports?
Harry.
Yeah. Anybody want to make a public comment? Please come down.
Angela.
Anybody online want to make a public comment? Please raise your hand. We'll close public comment and we'll go on to Parkland acquisition update. Matt,
Finish on a
last but not least tonight.
Good evening, counselors. Matt Barnard, Parks and Rec Development Manager. I want to start out with an overview of our Parkland acquisition process. I know some of you haven't seen this portion of our presentation before, and for some of you, it's just going to be a little bit of a review. Our Parkland acquisition process really has a 6-step model that we like to use. Starting out with step 1 is our Parkland acquisition plan. This plan uses current adopted documents such as our Steamboat Springs Area Community Plan, our Parks and Recreation, Open Space Trails and River Plan, our PROSTR, West Steamboat Springs Area Plan, Yampa River Management Plan, When we're referencing parkland in our parkland process, we're really referencing all developed parks, recreation facilities, open space, natural areas, and trails. Our plan will identify areas of interest for future parkland development. The document will be public. It doesn't use any specific land parcels. It really just represents areas of interest that our community could benefit from parkland in those areas. We have established a parkland acquisition committee. We call it our PAC. And on that team, we have a Routt County commissioner, a city councilor, a Parks and Rec commissioner, our city attorney, we have representation from our planning department staff, and then from Parks and Rec, we have our director, our deputy director of land management, and then our development manager. Step 2, our land acquisition strategy. The Parks and Recreation Land Acquisition Strategy provides the City Council and Parks and Rec Commission and staff with a roadmap for acquiring parkland. Our roadmap can be really easy for some of these properties or areas. Strategies may include outreach, relationship building, periodic check-ins. This is also the step where we explore partnerships and collaboration opportunities with other community groups. Once a parcel has been identified from an area of interest, a specific strategy for acquisition will be developed for that parcel. That's really when that parcel or that property kind of gets legs in this process and starts moving forward. As you look at step number 2, most of the properties in our parkland acquisition matrix kind of just live at this level until an opportunity becomes available to us for it to move forward, or a property is identified as for sale and we can move it forward. Step 3 are acquisition actions. The Parkland Acquisition Committee will guide the Parks and Rec staff with acquisition actions. Implementing an acquisition strategy, city attorney and staff will be negotiating directly with the landowner. This is where we consider conservation easement partnerships, carry out financial appraisals on the property and survey and legal descriptions, completing a due diligence that includes review of land title information, environmental documents, and establishing a funding plan that may include grants, Routt County purchase of development rights, donations, city funding, et cetera. All of these steps at this point will be discussed in executive session with City Council as we move through these steps. Step number 4, the acquisition approval. Report to City Council and Parks and Rec Commission on the outcomes of the negotiation and the due diligence process. Discuss options to purchase and the available funding strategy for the specific parcel. City Council direction will be required. Again, this will be an executive session. Step number 5 is complete the acquisition. The conveyance of the parkland will be completed and the City of Steamboat Springs will retain title. In this step, we're appropriating funds, we're satisfying grants, acknowledging partnerships, completing conservation easements if those are applicable, creating an ordinance to purchase. And then last, step number 6 is announce the acquisition. The city announces the acquisition publicly at the time after the documents have been executed by both parties. We do a press release and really talk about why this property is valuable to the city and how it will serve our community. And we're really memorializing the acquisition. Having this framework as we move through it, I think it really creates great transparency, to City Council, Parks and Rec Commission, and it just really gives us a guiding document that we know kind of what our steps are, and we can, I actually reference this quite often as we talk about different properties and talk about what steps there are. So it's really a useful tool that we've implemented. Moving forward, I talked about in the plan, it includes a bubble map of interest areas. So on our map, this is our most current map right now, and all the blue shading really represents 17 different areas within our community that could benefit from a parkland acquisition. And again, lots of parcels are highlighted there. It's just an opportunity of one that we're really looking forward to take it from that step 2 area and start moving it through the process. Now we're kind of getting into the how of the process, like how does this really work? We've identified 12 different attributes, and I won't go through those in great detail, but each one of those attributes has a collection of 3 or 4 questions underneath it that as we're reviewing a specific area of interest, We focus on each one of these attributes and we kind of talk through those 3 or 4 questions that kind of stir up conversation and kind of align everybody's thoughts with the availability to make a decision on where we would rank a property. The ranking kind of goes into our matrix. I know some of you have seen this before. We have 17 different properties that are in this matrix right now, and across the top again are those 12 attributes. The Parkland Acquisition Committee also has the ability to modify that top row, the multiplier. That multiplier we are changing every year as we reassess the numbers and the value that we're giving to each one of these properties each year. You know, the trends or the interest or the areas of impact that we're trying to influence with Parkland can change from year to year. And we're really using that multiplier to give a heavier weight or higher score to an area so we can really identify how does it stand out against the other properties that we're, you know, looking at of these 17. From there, we're moving over to our last column that gives us a score. That column just ranked in order, gives us the green box on the far right. And again, we're not just pursuing the top priority in this column by the highest score. Everything has value. It's just that it just has a different weight. And I really like to use Slate Creek, our number 2. This was a 97 score. So it scored really high. It has recreational value. It has passive recreation value. It has conservation value. It has a riparian corridor that adds a whole nother level of scores to this matrix. So it gets a really high score. But then if we look at number 16, which is the Emerald Auxiliary Parking, this project doesn't have all that flair. It doesn't have active recreation, passive recreation. We're doing nothing for wildlife habitat with this, but it serves a need in our community. So if an opportunity came forward, we could go to number 16 and just say that there was a property in that area. We could already have identified, we've already communicated it with City Council and with Parks and Rec Commission. We know what the value of that is and what areas that can hit. It's not going to hit some of those fun things, but it's really going to take the pressure off the parking situation at Emerald Park. And that's just, I just want to kind of give you a little comparison of what that does. Now I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about parkland acquisition updates for Slate Creek. I think the biggest opportunity that really landed in our laps when we first started pursuing this project about 2 years ago was the gift from the sellers. And the gift isn't a financial gift. It was the gift of time. It allowed us to go out and make some of those connections that we needed to make this funding strategy really work for this property. For those of you that aren't familiar, the bold red outline is the parcel boundary. It is 187.84 acres. It is right between the Yampa Valley Housing Authority's Slate Creek neighborhood property and then the Bob Adams Airport property. So we're pinched between those two. As we're now going inside the parcel, the northern parcel that is, or portion of the parcel that is shaded in the yellow, our vision for that is that would be the regional park. That's where we're going to see sports fields, soccer decks, a playground facility, a bathroom facility. Kind of on the right side of that yellow shading is a green area. We've identified just over 6 acres that we can use for indoor recreation. That indoor recreation piece will allow us to have a City of Steamboat Springs Rec Center someday, or maybe it allows us to have a partnership with the Sports Barn group. It just has really carved out a specific area in our funding model that would allow us to do indoor recreation. And then the unshaded portion of the bottom that we've kind of left unshaded intentionally is, this is the conservation area. This is 131 acres. And I like the topo and just kind of the variety of the terrain to kind of reflect through in this. You can see the riparian corridor as it cuts through there. This is really where the beautiful part of this property is. I've been out on this property twice already this week with 2 different consultants as we look forward to in being able to price some of our future projects. And it is really shocking every time I'm out there. I'm noticing something different, or there's some different piece of takeaway. So I can't wait until someday we are able to activate this and make this a public space and let them have some of those same experiences that I've been having over the last 2 years of kind of moving this through the process. Kind of wanted to talk some numbers here for a little bit. Original purchase price at the top was $5.25 million. The due diligence that we had on this project was $135,000. That did include the stewardship reserve that we are paying to Colorado Open Lands. That money will be used to manage this property for us and Colorado Lands as we move into the future with this property. So bringing our total acquisition cost to $5,385,000, kind of in the order that we received our grants. I did want to take a second and pause here. This was really the second or the first opportunity I've had to work really closely with the grants team for a long time. Wanted to do a little kudos to Kelly Romero Heaney's team, specifically Ginger Scott. We've been kind of partnering on this project for about 2 years, and the education that I've received has been really valuable and has just increased our influence as we've worked with all these different partners and just made a lot of connections. So it's been a really cool growth process to go through this. But our first grant was our GOCO grant at $1.4 million. Our second one was the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant at $1.25 million. Our third was our local partner here with Routt County Purchase of Development Rights Grant at $590,000. This was a partially funded grant. Last year, the grant pool was very deep, a lot of competing projects, and we're just thankful that we got some grant money from the county. And our last grant was the Gates Family Grant from here in Colorado for $50,000. The first real funding came from City Council in the 2024 CIP funding cycle at $500,000. So earlier you passed the first reading of the supplemental. I just want to kind of just talk about what we're doing to fill that gap. The CIP reserves, we are taking $135,000 from that, and then the accommodations tax supplemental would be $1.4 million. So all in, the total city contribution, including the funding that you gave in 2024, is just over $2 million, and then total grant funds raised is $3,330,000. So about 62% was raised through grant funding for this project to get to the total acquisition of $5,385,000. Sorry, it's getting a little late. Moving forward onto Whistler Park, just giving you an update on this one. Again, we had a really great partner with this project, working with the Steamboat Springs School District. They did allow us an 18-month timeline in our purchase agreement, so we could look at what opportunities we had that we could raise some funding for this. Just wanted to jump again to a map just to make sure everybody knows what that 9.2 acres is that we're purchasing from the school district and how it impacts the park right now. As you can see, the large blue rectangle that's reflecting through, that's the sports field. The little almost oval blob on there is currently where the playground sits. And then that property line goes all the way across the creek into that lower portion of the property. So I think what a lot of people think is city parkland at Whistler really isn't it. We're using that through the agreement that we have with the school district. And so the impact through the Whistler neighborhood area, as we go back to our bubble map, this is an underserved area of Steamboat for the density of population that this park is really to serve. So if we were to lose 9.2 acres of parkland from this property, it would have a huge impact. We're already underserving that area of our community, and then to lose half of that park, it would just really set us back. As we look at the budget for this, the purchase agreement price that we have with the school district is $3,600,000. The due diligence on this is a little bit different than the last one. We're only at $38,000. So our total acquisition cost for this is $3,638,000. Right out of the gate, City Council funded $500,000 through the 2026 CIP process to kind of get us started with some seed money for this project. As we move forward and went back to the same group of grants and beyond, we've started to identify This is a much different property than we have been considering in the past. I know we've done a lot of talking over the last couple of years about Slate Creek and Copper Ridge and the opportunity of what a conservation easement can do for a property. That's just not the fit for 9.2 acres of Whistler Park. And so it really changed the opportunities available to us in our funding. So currently, still working with the grants team, we're still looking at some opportunities, but we haven't really identified one that is a really good match for this project that we're going to attack. We're still looking. Right now, if we were to be at the point of needing to close, we would be looking at the accommodation tax for another supplemental for $1,338,000. We had identified in this funding model, because of the large outcry, I guess, from the Whistler neighborhood, that they wanted to be heard in this process and they wanted to be a partner in this process. They did engage us in a couple meetings out at Whistler Park last year, and we're just a resounding sentiment that they wanted to be part of the process. We're looking at a 50-50 split with this, so we're looking for community donations at $1,800,000. And I do think Parks and Rec Commissioner Davis is online, and he's going to maybe just share a couple of comments on the funding strategy that the neighborhood is kind of working on. So Commissioner Davis, if you're available.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Good evening, council. How are you guys?
Good, good. Thank you.
Good. So yeah, so just real quick, I just wanted to kind of be able to speak and let you guys know what we've kind of been up to over the last couple months. We've definitely established a core group of community members to lead kind of the funding initiative, and we're currently in the planning process on average with the size of the amount that the community needs to raise. It's usually about a 3 to 4.
Hey, Glenn, you just moved away from your mic.
Can you hear me?
No.
No.
I've got a headset
It's really light,
on.
Glenn.
Here you go.
I've got a headset on. That's weird.
Sounds like
Can
you're
you-
back.
Don't move.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So with a fundraising effort of this size, the planning usually, and you want to have a good planned out campaign. It usually takes about 3 to 4 months on average to plan something this size out. What we don't want is a campaign that's, kind of poorly run or poorly executed, or even a campaign that, kind of paralysis by analysis. So we're having some initial discussions with Angela's group and Matt as well. And then one of the ideas that we thought we could get off the ground pretty quickly and get going was kind of installing some sandwich boards around the park. And then maybe, with the farmers market at the city council tent, and then at the free concert series when that gets going as well. Just to make it very easy to have the QR code on there and links to the community foundation fund. So people can kind of click the QR code on their phone and pretty much be able to make a donation there pretty quickly. The community interest is there. And so we're definitely identifying major donors and community supporters in the community. We've come up and broken out a revenue matrix with kind of target amounts and revenue goals in those different areas. And then also we want to be coordinating with the Yampa Valley Community Foundation to develop community match day fundraising events, kind of like what we saw with Casey's Pond and the fundraising effort over there. Also kind of canvassing our community with in the mountain community with flyers that also has the QR code and make it easy. We're also developing and coming up with an online social media fundraising campaign to expand community engagement and donor outreach, and then planning any additional fundraising opportunities through maybe some bench naming, field naming, the playground naming, trails, trees. We still have to get kind of with Angela to see how that works with the city and the rules and bylaws with that. But that's kind of where we're at right now.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it.
So back to this, this one's a pretty simple total city funding is 1,838,000, and then total community donations, our target is 1,800,000, getting us back to our 3,638,000 for our total acquisition cost. Any questions?
How much time is left to raise that 1.8 of that 18 months?
It would be July of 2027, so just a little over a year.
A little over a year.
I don't have a question. I just have a request. If you guys have a donation thing at the farmer's market, can someone be there that I can pass someone over to when a citizen yells at me that we're bankrupting the city and we're asking for donations, please? Because I'm like having flashbacks to some interactions there. It would be great if there was someone who could act as a buffer. That would be great.
Good job, Brian.
So I played a little, I played a little math, and I took 1.8 million and I divided it by $500, and I came up with, 3,600 households that, if we had got 3,600 households to donate $500, that would get 1.8. That sounds rather daunting to me. I don't even, anyway, so it was like, I don't even know how many households there are in the mountain area, and I suspect it's not 3,600. I suspect it's closer to like.
We have 2,300 rental properties.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. So I have to admit, I'm concerned, that we had that. This is a big number for just QR codes.
For 1 year, basically.
For 1 year.
We have to try something.
Well, it sounds like what Commissioner Davis said is there's a plan, right? It's what I heard, and wanting to, that they do have a plan and they do have some outreach and a campaign idea for raising the money.
In either, Glenn or
The dreaming?
or Matt, are you, and do you have a large or a contingency of Whistler neighbors that are leading this grassroots 1.8 million?
Yes, from the neighborhood meetings that we've held, it's a pretty passionate group that is out there. And I even want to kind of just reference back for half a moment to the Copper Ridge. We looked at it pretty daunting when we started that project as well. And then a little momentum and some positivity, we were able to, some donors just kind of came forward on their own. I think, we do live in a really unique community, that there are people that care and want to be part of pushing things and also saving things and maintaining what we have. So I think there is definitely that sentiment. I think that's just communication. So as that group of community neighbors kind of just has that conversation, and we now have a timeline that's just a little over a year away. We do have a QR code that we can easily donate to the Yampa Valley Community Foundation. And then we also are able to check that account and kind of give status updates as we kind of enter into this last 12 months. So I think, yes, is it very hopeful and optimistic to think that way? It was, but we didn't expect some of those saviors to kind of come out of the woodwork when we were working on Copper Ridge either. So, I think we're still early enough in the process that we should have that hope and that expectation that we're going to have people that come forward and want to contribute.
I have one thing.
Yep.
Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. I know council has changed, the makeup of you has changed a little bit since we entered into this purchase agreement. And a lot of those conversations took place in September, October with some of those community meetings before the election. Part of this agreement, the way it was staged, was per council's direction, and that they were hearing so much feedback from the Whistler neighborhood that they wanted the Whistler neighborhood to also share in the costs. So that was part of the design in this.
Yeah, it's good to see how you guys are following up, and the community is already stepping up. So thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Matt?
Yes, I had a question in terms of back to Slate Creek. And, again, I know we have kind of a long-term plan for Slate Creek, right? You mentioned in terms of the 40 acres of recreation, ball fields, potential for sports barn, recreation center. Is there, and I don't know if this is that was certainly probably not a conversation for tonight, given we're now at 9:45, but maybe just some thought to, is there an interim use? So again, to the extent that from a public perspective, could it somehow be opened up just for open space for people to go out and walk or walk their dogs or,
Absolutely. Some of the constraints I think that come along with grant funding sometimes is their expectations. The Land and Water Conservation Fund did come along with an expectation that we had to have a public amenity open within the first 24 months after closing that project. So the site walk that I was actually on this morning at 7 in muck boots, because it's pretty muddy out there, was with a trail builder. We're trying to get a concept of what would it cost to build a loop trail through that section. It would be a permanent installment in the conservation easement area of the property, and it would be more of a temporary installment as we would go to the north, because we know that's going to get future development. So that would be minimal impact of that installment up there. But that's kind of what we're looking at for is probably the biggest impact to that area is creating just a loop trail. And as we kind of look at it, that's probably going to be somewhere between 3.5 to maybe 4.25 miles that we could fit in there. And again, we work with our partners at CPW, so we're not impacting any of that critical habitat area that is in there, but also being able to offer something to the community that would be needed on the west end.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
I have
Yeah,
a
I am.
question.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Go ahead, Amy.
Amy.
For Whistler Park, Matt, if the school ended up developing on that property, I know we would have to significantly reconfigure the park. Would we have to replace the playground or move it? And would we lose sporting events out there? We wouldn't be able to have the capacity we do today. Is that right?
I think absolutely. I think how that park functions in our parks portfolio would change quite a bit. The sports field, obviously, we would lose that with development. That gets wiped out right away. The playground probably can continue to function as it is. It's very close to that boundary. So, I mean, it really depends on what that development looks like. I do know that playground is slated in a year of our 6-year CIP look ahead for some replacement and some improvements. So maybe those just get to be a little bit more as we would relocate that to another area.
Thank you.
Councilor Agosta, did you have a?
Yeah, I have a question. Sorry, back in Whistler Park. I was looking at your scoring and how it related to Whistler Park. And in particular, a couple of them like habitat value of 1. And knowing that park myself, I know that an elk herd hangs out there winters there every year. So does that classify as habitat? Also looking at things like there's environmental impacts because it's right next to, the park is right next to Walton Creek. And so I know that the actual creek is owned by Mount Warner, but it also, creeps into there. I raise those more because are there other grants out there that we are not looking at that with the knowledge that, hey, an elk herd hangs out there, so maybe a riparian corridor is there that we can, and so I look at these numbers and I go, I think there's some room in there. Yeah.
I don't disagree. I think when we initially looked at this, we looked at our kind of our typical partners, who would be a really good fit for land acquisition. We looked at those first. And as we kind of vetted our way through those and saw that the window of opportunity, or as you're kind of reading through what the scope that grant really covers, kind of was narrowing down a little bit. We've really broadened our scope, and now we're looking for anything that could be a good fit for us. It's definitely not our model just to throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. We want to be very intentional about the grants that we go for and know that we're entering into that process with some confidence. So we're still trying to identify something that would be a really good fit for that.
Thanks. Another point to answer your question, the grants that would normally be funders for habitat related properties, those come with conservation easements, and that would not comply or be the intended use that the community wants to see. We wouldn't be able to have sport fields or active recreation. We would have to convert it to a passive recreation, and I still don't think we would be strong contenders for any of those grants.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Matt. I'll open it up to public comment just to see if there's anyone in the room or anyone online who'd like to make a public comment. Please raise your hand online. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Again, thank you. Okay. I think we've made it through our agenda. Is there any other business for tonight?
Steve, may I make a comment about Whistler Park?
Of course. What time is it there, by the way?
I'm in Salt Lake, so.
Oh, you're in Salt Lake. Okay.
So we've heard how valuable this park area is, not just to the community, but to the city. And so I'm struggling with that we are essentially putting it all on the Whistler Park neighborhood to raise $1.8 million when there is value to the city and there's value to folks who live across town. And so Glenn's still on, maybe we can touch base, but I do struggle with us really putting this on the community. I think I heard also from John, with running the numbers, and this is our working class neighborhood in Steamboat, and to put a $1.8 million price tag, I think we need to find ways to involve the larger community. So my request is for Tom, if we can start running, blurbs in the paper about Whistler Park and for folks to donate, because I honestly, I don't think people know outside of those that live around Whistler Park. And it's a larger community question.
So is the question, do you want us to do sort of a larger public engagement, public outreach effort in fundraising for, is that what I hear council saying, or?
I would like, I don't know, we can ask the rest of council, but I'm getting really uncomfortable by just saying we're putting it on that community around Whistler Park.
Yeah, I think to your point, Councilor Dixon, that I think we need to leverage what we have in our toolkit here as a community, a total community, and to raise as much funds as we can.
Aren't we just buying it all?
What was the question?
Why aren't we just buying it?
Spending the other 1.8 ourselves?
Yeah.
That we had a discussion on that whenever it was, and this is the decision we made at that time.
Got it.
We don't currently have, it would come out of accommodations tax. We may by the end of the year. I'm not sure. I'd have to have Kim run the numbers, but we don't currently have, I don't think the full amount. And if we did, we would be utilizing pretty much the entire accommodations tax, which is a policy decision. Council certainly could do that, but it would preclude other opportunities if they arose.
I guess I want this meeting to be over fast, but my opinion on this is like, my understanding was that community was super passionate about this, that they would be out marching the streets and like looking under cushions for coins. And now I'm kind of hearing this like worry, like we're not going to hit this target. And I don't know if it's possible. And so I personally am not comfortable us now as a collective council going to the city saying, can you guys donate to buy this park? That doesn't look good. I would rather us look inward and just find the rest of the money and buy the park outright than us panhandle all of Steamboat to buy half the park. We don't need to debate this tonight.
I guess I look at it a little bit differently. I mean, I hadn't thought about it from the perspective of putting the onus on the Whistler Park neighborhood. I guess I was thinking about it more from the perspective of the neighbors being kind of the champions, but I guess I didn't really think about that precluding contributions from the broader community to the, right? I mean, and so certainly maybe there is some opportunity here, whether in terms of how to collaborate or cooperate, and like you say, get wider knowledge, education about the opportunities and how people can get engaged, or, if they want to, because certainly, our kids all play soccer at Whistler Park at some point in their life, and, we're all, over there and enjoy it. So, I mean, maybe it's I think we can think creatively.
Yeah.
A matching fund.
Wasn't that the point of like the people who packed the chambers wanting it? They were going to be the ones doing exactly that legwork. Why is it now coming onto council to do that?
Well, and maybe maybe I just misheard. I thought Commissioner Davis really kind of talked about the fact that they are coming up with a plan.
Yeah.
Right. So
why are we hearing backtracking, I guess, or concern?
I'm back. I mean, I'm feeling nervous about it because a QR code you'd have to get 3,600 people to donate $500 in a QR code to make 1.8 million. And if you look at the city as a whole, if you take a step back and consider the whole, District 1, they have Slate Creek, they have Hellison Hill. I mean, those are humongous parks. District 2, they have Rita Valentine, another humongous, open space area. District 3, you have a 4-acre Whistler Park.
So what's your point?
And my point there is basically in terms of, building a city and mapping out a city that, parks are important to that. And you have a whole district that basically has 4 acres of park.
So you're saying that Commissioner Davis's plan is not robust enough to give you confidence that it'll happen?
So I will get together with Commissioner Davis, after this, but I'm feeling very, very nervous about our ability to, as a small little community over there, yes, passionate, but small little community to generate 1.8 million.
I mean, and Amy, I don't know why you guys said that. You both are, why do you feel it's only Whistler neighborhood that's going to pay $1.8 million? That is so short-sighted and really unfair for you guys to even consider that. That is just not the way. This is a community need for the entire town.
Yeah.
And we're asking the entire community for 1.8 million. When did you guys think it was just Whistler's responsibility to come up with 1.8 million? I've never received that in any of this documents.
Well,
But that's the way you're talking.
Yeah.
Can I chime in? But have you gone out and talked to your district about raising money for Whistler Park? So I'm not saying it's our responsibility. I'm just saying that I am concerned that it's being put on community members who live in the area, who probably have other full-time jobs, and that I just want to make sure that we are incorporating the entire community with this.
That's exactly my point. I'm sorry, I've been here for 30 years and I've seen this town pony up on we were the #1 GoFundMe site in like 2019 per capita, and this town knows how to give. I'm saying, Glenn Davis and the commissioners, you're doing a fantastic job. You guys are being negative on this, throwing it down like you guys are responsible for it. I have seen this community show up. Can you guys just wait and we see what happens?
You wait and see what happens. But I was also at the school board meetings where there was a lot of angry people at Whistler Park, neighbors, because we were not building, allowing them to build housing in Whistler Park. So there's some headwaters out. So this is not a slam dunk. There's some headwaters out there.
You got to believe in your neighbors. You guys did the impossible and you killed Stone Lane Bridge.
Yeah.
They could definitely do
You
this.
still killed the school over there too, so you still.
Yeah, see, you guys can do big stuff.
A lot of,
I mean, you killed two things, but.
You can do a lot of things.
All right, we need to close things up tonight, but I would urge John and everybody is that I understand they're going to go visit the Yampa Valley Community Foundation. That is a very important resource that can give you a lot of ideas and thoughts. Let's remember also, it's not $500 from 35. Yes, if you do the math, but there are always the 20% of the people who give 80% of the money or 10 who give 90%. So you got to find people who are willing to donate, bigger than just 1 out of 3,500 people kind of notions.
I think the key was the example we laid with Casey's Pond.
That's a
We
good example.
gave some money and that's all that the community needed was to see that it wasn't 100% on the Whistler neighborhood. It was that some money was put forward and all of a sudden people were like, boop, okay, we'll help out. And we're seeing the exact same thing with the second sheet of ice. So I have many examples of people showing up. So please drop the 1.8 million worry about Whistler Park. Let's just see what the community does this summer. And come December or April of next year, we can decide if we need to fill in the gap.
Yeah.
And there are opportunities for us to do and get more publicity, right? I mean, we're always asking for those poster boards at the farmers markets.
Well-
So certainly putting up a poster board at the farmers market in terms of, education, bringing it back to council reports in terms of progress reports, great. I don't know, a city, what are our columns? The city corner column? I mean, again, I hear you, Counselor Dixon, in terms of, I think there are ways that we can get more exposure and publicity and attention on Whistler Park and the opportunity that we have here.
And you're going to be at the farmer's market on June 6th.
One of those days.
With Whistler Park
Okay.
stuff.
I mean, I just wait till the community will show up.
Same.
I have confidence that it will, not just Whistler.
Stand by the poster. Huh?
Okay, gang, if we're done for tonight, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Counselor Gary, second by Counselor Barnes. All those in favor say aye. We're adjourned.
Agenda review.
Tomorrow. I have it. I have it down. Oh, we didn't do that right.
Oh, I did have a.
I did not take it down on you so